bitch.
Another round on you.
I promise you one of these days I'm going to figure out how to automate that volume slide down thingy. What's going on, folks? Welcome back to the Rogue Room. I'm Abigail. I'm here. I'm queer. If you hadn't already guessed that, I'm wearing a jacket that looks like this. Of course I am. What's going on, folks? What's happening? What's the news? If someone gossips about getting boobs, are they spilling the booba tea? Ha 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 ha. Mrs. Claus. I mean, yeah, kinda, yeah. Need to start collecting the stupid stuff trolls say, like how much from Bad Bunny stream does. You'll love to see it. How you doing, Kate? What's going on? Yes, Merry Christmas. Good luck with tonight's stream. I'll probably need it. I'm on like a cocktail of so many drugs. 10 out of... Thank you for the 10 out of 10, Sarah. I've had like, in addition to my HRT, I've had a number of painkillers, antihistamines. And I'm like, I don't know how many coffees I've had today. I've just put so much shit in my body. This is makeup. This is not a result of me taking so many legal drugs, over-the-counter drugs. I don't have the money for illegal drugs. I'm sorry. I can't be your crack whore GF. I'm sorry. I can't fulfill that fantasy. Hello, Maya. First time you caught my stream from the very beginning. That's cool. That's Pog. How's life treating you today? Let me turn that down just a tad. There we go. All the drugs. I need the illicit drugs. What in my good Christian Twitch? I don't know. Neons. That's what's on your good Christian Twitch. There's neon lights. It's very Pog. It's very Pog. I took my antihistamines and I took antihistamines because... Oh, one sec. Sorry, child. Anyway, it's Injection Day, poggers. Heck yes. Mariah Carey reference. Wait, what? All I want for Christmas is boobs. I mean, how many months have we got left until Christmas? We could do it. I reckon we could do it. I reckon we could hit the amount needed. If I continue to get really good Twitch payouts and I keep getting ridiculous simps in here just throwing money at me so that I can one day appear on stream with like massive honkers. Heck yes. Also, I am dressed so lazy tonight. I put no effort into my costume. Well, good costume. Outfit. Thank you for the 5 bits, Sarah. Why didn't the alert go off? Hey. Alert. It's not gonna... Alert. No? Okay. You asshole. Alright. Show up on Christmas in my best Christmas outfit, my birthday suit. I wouldn't do that on Twitch, I promise. Maybe on Twitter though, if you saw what I posted earlier. If you get the job you interviewed for, you need to promise you won't let me throw all my pay towards the titty fund. I'll let you throw a little bit. You can throw a little bit of titty fund. You can bring me up to like 50%. You can't do that on Twitch, that's not allowed. What can you do on Twitch is the thing. The amount of times Anatomic has been banned. She's been banned a few times now for streaming in a bikini or something like that. I forget what it is. And she's trans. And other streamers have gotten away with much worse than what she's gotten away with. Well, hasn't gotten away with. And yet they saw fit to ban her. Also, here's a pertinent question. At what stage in a person's transition do these become feminine nipples? Right? I mean, this is a thing that is legitimately a concern among the terms of service of Twitch and YouTube and yada yada yada. I think Jim Sterling brought this up on their particular show. You know, previously, they and I would have been able to appear shirtless on most streams. Like if, let's just say we were doing a pool party stream, right? I would have been able to appear shirtless on a pool party stream a year ago, but after transitioning, technically these are a woman's nipples. So, how does does the algorithm detect if they are feminine presenting nipples? It's kind of weirdly backwards and forwards at the same time. It's like, okay, we accept that you've transitioned and you're now a woman, but we're still going to repress the nipple for some stupid reason, which makes no sense. What? They're the same nipples. I wonder if I could get away with do you think I could get away with posting a topless photo of myself on Facebook? Get this. You've heard this joke before, right? Like, could I post a photo of a topless woman if I photoshopped a man's nipples over her nipples? What if I took a topless photo of myself, put it on Facebook, and photoshopped my old nipples, which are the same nipples, onto a new photo? This is what ibuprofen, paracetamol, and antihistamines do to me. What? Inflatable big W pool, then go for your life? Yeah, exactly. Oh. Anyway, hello. Thinks of Tumblr's female presenting nipples. What does that mean? I've got to put my kids light on bedtime mode so they can stay awake a little bit longer, even though they don't need to. The little Hellions living up to their nickname. Cheap ass bitch. There we go, you cheap ass bitch. By the way, I love the outfit that I've got in those alerts. Such a cute fit. By the way, I could very well have my new outfit tomorrow. There's a thing. There's a fun thing. Anyway. Nothing ever existing is illegal. Yeah, you can't do that on Twitch. Should I do a hot tub stream? I'm doing fine, Fox. I'm doing fine. I probably shouldn't do a hot tub stream, but I mean, if I had access to one, I'd do one. I don't know what we'd do. We'd probably just do the same thing that we always do. You know, it would just be like social discourse from a hot tub. That'd be it. Yeah, you forget that Bunny also got banned for wearing a bikini and grouping men. I got banned for having BXTCH as part of my username, when the terms of service literally says you can use words like bitch and other similar words in terms of reclamation, but that didn't count for that username for some reason. there's an agenda at play there. Like, I mean, I'm happy that I'm Abigail Beck now. I mean, who's gonna get who am I? How am I gonna get banned on Twitch for being Abigail Beck, right? But yeah, like there's exactly Bunny got banned for wearing a bikini and grouping men. She's had like 10 bans at this point. How is she still allowed on the platform? I mean, I'm happy she's allowed on the platform, but seriously, she gets harassed so fucking much. How she puts up with it after all these years, I don't know. But she's killing it. Play Minecraft from a hot tub. I mean, that's an idea. Where were we? Hello, Seaweed. How you going? When Tumblr started to ban porn, they were also including lewd pictures of women, and they literally said female presenting nipples aren't allowed. That's so puritanical. It's honestly just so backwards and stupid. I can't imagine, like, caring that much about nipples. What is it? I legitimately just... I don't get it. I've never understood it. I'm just culturally conditioned to see nipples as like women's nipples as something to be censored. But when I think about it for more than a second, I'm like, what the fuck? Why? There's literally no reason. Like, why? Other than, you know, control women and repress what they can do while men have more freedoms. But it just makes no sense. None of it makes any sense. Why is it? What? What? What are you doing? So I should do a hot tub stream, or once I can get a hot tub. But yeah, hot tub streams are so last year. It was only like a couple of months ago that the kerfuffle was going on, though. They've sort of died down in terms of relevance once they added a hot tubs category, I think. And the only reason they added a hot tubs category is so that advertisers on Twitch could opt out of ads for anyone streaming in the hot tubs category. That's literally the reason it exists. I'll do a hot tub stream if I can find access to a hot tub and I can stream from it, but given we're in lockdown right now, I don't know any friends that have hot tubs. You know, I can't afford one myself, certainly. So it would be very tricky, you know. Anyway. Rusty dark red eyeshadow with black eyeliner, black lipstick, white and black striped fingerless glove sleeves with a mostly black sparkling shirt and a skeletal reindeer on it, and a studded bracelet and a black Santa hat. Pog. There's the Christmas outfit sorted. You know what, actually? I'm just going to do something, because there's something missing from this look. And it just... I mean, I know I just look cracked out, which is kind of the point. Can I do this? Do you think I can do this? Hang on. I don't know if I can. No, I don't think I'd be able to. I can't see the light well enough. I need better lighting, but I can't get the mirror close enough to me that I can see this lighting over here. Let me move my mouse out of the way. This will be tricky, okay? I'm gonna try this right now. Is that right? Yeah. Wouldn't a cold tub stream just be a pool? My kids are still making noise. Why are they still making noise? It's past their bedtime. They shouldn't be making noises. They should be going to sleep. I hate, with an ungodly fury, applying eyeliner. That's not even on the side that you can see. That's functionally useless. There we go. At least Twitch banned ASMR farting 250 subs in there. That's just fucking hilarious, though, honestly. That's fucking hilarious. The reason they banned simps on Twitch is because the simps that were paying for that shit got offended. You know? Or rather, the reason they banned the word simp on Twitch. Does that work? You can sort of see it anyway. You did a full makeup routine in 5 minutes today. Pog. Very based. Now let's see if I can get this side without fucking it up, because this is in the way. This mic stand is in the way. Hello, my name is Mike Stand. How do you do? For some reason, even though I'm using the same hand, it is always harder to do this eye. Could not tell you what the reason for that is. I'm legitimately awful at eyeliner and it hurts me. In a very, very... It's honestly pretty homophobic, not gonna lie. There we go. A little bit more colour. Hello, Eanstroop. How's it going? What's going on? These wings are not even close to even, but you know, it's a little bit nicer looking, a little bit less cracked out, but still cracked out. You know, which is the vibe. What's going on? What's happening, friends? We're not even discussing anything specific at the moment. We're just chilling. We don't have. I mean, I've got a bunch of news sites up that we can look through whatever's going on. There is one thing I wanted to talk about, like specifically. But anyway, you saw someone today green screening themselves into a pool. That's always fun, though. I love that. I love that aesthetic when people do that. It's hilarious. Somebody did it where I feel like it might have been Jordan or somebody at least, maybe Knight Sinclair, green screened themselves into a tub full of beans, which is fucking great and pog and yes. Offered to teach you the tricks I used to make it easier, but COVID and different dates. Yeah, I mean, when COVID's gone and we can find a time, we'll totally hang. What are we chatting about? Anything and everything at the moment. We're just sort of vibing right now, but we've got some stories I want to go over in a minute. How are you, Dar? What's going on? Playing RuneScape says he could say my life is awful today. Oh, God. Cold tub streams will be sexier and more environmentally friendly. I mean, arguably. Oh, promise not to try and recreate that incredibly sapphic photo. Are you taller than me or shorter than me? I don't know. I'm quite tall. You did some shopping and saw a cat. Oh, fuck yes. You're in a stroopwafel right now. There we go. Which sapphic photo? I think we all know which sapphic photo. It's a screen grab from a certain film for adults, perhaps. You know the one. You know the one. Sweater jacket. It is very comfy. I do like it. It's nice and soft. Like, it's got this stuff in it. Yeah, the one where the giant lady pushes up the tiny lady. Exactly. Oh my God, Louis has just linked a meme from one of the greatest Australian sitcoms of all time. Right? So without downloading any new pics, where are you mentally? Oh, the crime against humanity to keep this locked up. That's a screen grab from Kath and Kim, right? Which is a very distinctly Australian sitcom. Like, it's a very specifically Australian sitcom. I could probably show you clips of it, but you can look it up if you feel like it. But at some stage, like it was a cultural icon for a while there of Australian comedy. And at some stage, a few years back, I don't know how long ago it was now. I feel like it was maybe 2010 or something. It was quite a while back. Shout outs to Magda Jabansky, exactly. At some point, the United States tried to adopt that show, and everything that came with it tried to adopt the format, and it just doesn't work if it's not Australians. Like, they literally just, in some circumstances, copied scenes word for word to try to make it appealing to an American audience, and it's such a very specifically Aussie show. It's Aussie culture. You can't just transfer that over because the cast is still white, for example. That's not how it works. I think they did that with, the thing is, they did that with The Office, with the UK. Like, The Office was originally a UK sitcom. They translated that over to America. But the thing is, technically speaking, both of the Office sitcoms take place in the same universe, and they're different locations of, I think... Are they the same brand? I don't know. I don't care, really. I haven't watched enough of The Office to give a shit. But in that circumstance, they took, elements that worked within American office life versus UK office life. Things were different. There were different considerations. But with the Kath and Kim American reboot, they just literally wholesale copy-pasted it. And I forget who they cast. Let me see. I'm now gonna get stuck on this because it's hilarious. They cast Selma Blair and Molly Shannon as Kim and Kath respectively, and it just doesn't work. It doesn't work. Why would you do that? Anyway, Lil Clouds, what's going on? If you want to see bad, look up the American version of Red Dwarf. Oh, I'm gonna have to now. Oh no. Oh no. Like, honestly, I get that, you know, a lot of us tend to just copy each other's ideas. Like, there's no original ideas. I know there's no original concepts, no original stories. There's only new storytellers. But it's just like, particularly with regards to, I guess, free-to-air television. It's an indictment of free-to-air television when you see them just copy an idea that came from like one, what's it called? From one, I don't know. I can't think where this train of thought was going. But anyway, like the Kath and Kim formula could have reworked it for American Rednecks. The thing that I recall about Kath and Kim though is they were kind of middle class, if I recall correctly. Kath and Kim were kind of middle class, so you could definitely do like a trashy middle class mum and daughter living in the same house kind of deal as an American sitcom. I don't think they really count as. I don't think they would really be technical rednecks. I believe there have been Aussie sitcoms that are based around the whole Bogan experience. There is actually a show called Upper Middle Bogan, which is talking about like the premise there is cashed up bogans, which is an interesting sociological concept here in Australia, wherein you've got these people who come from that rough and tumble background of like living in the outback, and they've generally come from lower income households or lower class households, and thus a lower caste on cultural background. But they end up working in the mines, or they end up working in whatever. They get tons of money from working in those really dangerous, intense physical labor jobs, and they end up, being elevated in terms of their economic class, but they retain a lot of their cultural background, so they're seen as cashed up bogans. All of a sudden you got these people who are, talking and acting as though they're from out in the rural areas, behaving in a certain manner, but, by comparison, the people that are their economic contemporaries, they have different manners of behaving, manners of speaking, things like that. If they did anything to change Kat, I'm out. Kat was the real star of the show. American Red Dwarf. Oh yeah, Kat. Kat was funny. I liked Kat. I've only seen a bit of Red Dwarf though. I should watch it. I should watch all of it. Didn't get past the pilot. The Americans hated it and said it wasn't Red Dwarf. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Is like I genuinely believe. I've watched stuff from entirely different cultures that speak other languages, right? And I enjoy the content primarily because its cultural leanings inform the storytelling, right? You're gonna go get a coffee right here, Izzy. And I feel like you can't just copy paste something. This is what baffles me, especially about Kath and Kim. Why could they not just? I feel like Americans would have appreciated the idea of Kath and Kim more if they just licensed Kath and Kim to broadcast on American TV services. And maybe they already did that. I don't even know. I can still appreciate media that is not designed for me, so to speak. I can watch something and have an appreciation for it given the different context. Which is an interesting thought process to go down, an interesting train of thought to go down. XBF tried to show you black books and you just don't get it. I mean, that's the thing too, is like you can definitely watch stuff that's not made for you and you can tell it's not made for you. But yeah, I like Red Dwarf. I like the young ones to a point. There's only so much of that grungy, dirty humor I can take. Skins, I watched a bit of Skins, I think. What is the bootleg version of Red Dwarf crossed with Christmas? What is it? Oh, you have a riddle for me. Okay, go on. Type ! commands to access a list of chat commands. Why would I do that? I'm the streamer. Why do I care? Oompa Loompas. What? Anywho, we can continue talking media if you want. We continue down this train of thought because it's interesting to discuss actually. Because yeah, like I mean, one of the major things that stands out to me as someone who grew up on American comedy, American TV. So I grew up on largely Seinfeld, South Park, The Simpsons, Futurama, Frasier in particular, and then also stuff like Friends. Ugh, makes me want to vomit. The Nanny stands out in my mind as well, which sadly, Fran Drescher has turned out to be a bit of an anti-vaxxer wingnut, so one yike. What else is there? I grew up on a lot of American comedy and a little bit of English comedy. So a lot of my own particular humor leanings come from that, I think. In my own personal opinion. And then there were other... I think, honestly, a lot of the... And this just shows a generational... what's it called? A generational disconnect between myself being youthful and young and beautiful and all of that, and my mother and aunties and all that being all old and decrepit and liking English shows. But yeah, like there was particularly times where I'd be at, say, my auntie's house and they'd put on some British or Scottish sitcom or whatever it was, or whatever, some kind of comedy from the UK, and I just wouldn't get it. Like there was certain British entertainment that I would get, that I would understand, but then a lot of the time, yeah, they'd put on something and it was like, I think this is supposed to be funny. They're laughing, but I don't understand why they're laughing. I did like Blackadder though. Blackadder is good. Blackadder is honestly spectacular. I do like some Monty Python. Also, Fawlty Towers was reasonably okay, but there's a lot of yikes moments in that series nowadays when you look back at it. And I mean, as a kid, the thing is, you know, seeing those kinds of shows and stuff like that and taking in that media as a kid, you don't realize all the problems with it unless somebody is explicitly there to point them out to you. Niles was the only reason you watched that show. Here's where you get your love of deadpan humor. Niles is great. Niles is fantastic. And then, of course, there were drama shows as well. There were other shows. And then, oh yeah, Everybody Loves Raymond was one. Regrettably, How I Met Your Mother sort of factors in there as well. Ugh. I can't believe they're doing a sequel series to that. It's like, oh, can we not? That show sucked. That show was so transphobic too. There were quite a few moments of transphobia in How I Met Your Mother. Kind of yike. And yeah, I think especially like what you watch growing up can definitely have a huge impact on what you find entertaining as an adult. Obviously, and you know, there's a lot of mainstream stuff that is just designed to cater to as many people as possible, which is why we get the Marvel format. How I Met Your Mother really was terrible. More a fan of the Ronnies and David Jason than you are of Monty Python. I'm not familiar with those, to be honest. It's shocking to you how bad US sitcoms tend to be. Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge Seinfeld stan, even though I realized there were problems with that and there are problems with Jerry Seinfeld. You know, it was kind of my childhood. Oh, did I mention The Simpsons? I think I mentioned The Simpsons. Obviously, like, it seems like most Australians grew up on The Simpsons because it was just on every night at like 6:30 p.m. on Channel 10 was it Neighbours, and then 7 o'clock was The Simpsons, or was it the other way around? I don't know. I think Neighbours came before The Simpsons. And I mean, Neighbours is still fucking going, and Home and Away, soap operas, man, fucking soap operas. I don't know how they do it. I never got into Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, actually. Interestingly enough, my friend MK, I was at her place once. Ages ago. She hasn't seen me since I come out, by the way, so one of these days we're going to meet up and we're going to hang. But she was watching Fresh Prince when I went over to her place one time. And yeah, that was like the first time I'd ever seen episodes of it. Even though I'd known about it for years and years and years. Heartbreak High? What's Heartbreak High? Oh, goodness. Those edits with the laugh track. Oh, yeah. I love the... What's the Big Bang Theory one where they removed the laugh track and replaced it with like sounds of cats in heat? Am I allowed to look that up or will I get in trouble? Anyway, 6 o'clock Simpsons, 6:30 Neighbors. Was that it? I think that was it, yeah. Because I was thinking, like, no, hang on. The Simpsons came before Neighbors, didn't it? And yeah, it did. I used to remember watching The Simpsons and then being like, oh, great, now I'm going to watch Neighbors. No, it's just it's an eyeliner pen. Oh, I'm going to use this track in my upcoming YouTube video, I think. This is a good track. I love the crescendo here. This one. I don't know if you can hear it. Oh. Bloody blue tack. It's like it's fucking 8:30. It wants blue tack. Anyway, don't understand how anyone can watch The Big Bang Theory. I did for some reason get into 2.5 Men and Big Bang Theory and there was another one by the same guy, Chuck Lorre. I think it's Chuck Lorre, and they're all shit. They're all fucking awful. Like they're all atrocious. Nothing good about them. Cute plushie, thank you, Eve. I got quite a few over there now. What do we got? I've got an Sylveon, I've got a giant cat head mask, I've got 3 spider plushies there, including the Minecraft spider and Lucas the spider, and this one down here, which you can barely see, is a redback. Got my sparkly heart, a unicorn, a wee ninja, a little cat from Kmart, a fennec fox, a wind rider from WoW, a Hearthstone, and a Blahage shark from IKEA, which I can't point to. There we go. Hello, Alec. How's it going? Anyway, you'd watch them if they were on, but I never went out of my way to watch shows like that. Yeah, that's kind of how it was. It's like you would watch stuff like 2.5 Men and Big Bang Theory simply because they were just on at a convenient time slot. Which is exactly how that shit works. Is like they know the best time slot that people are going to be watching. Well, that used to be the case, but with streaming services now, I think things have shifted a little bit. But back then, back in like the 90s and early 2000s and all that, it was all about finding the perfect time slot. And you would get, basically you'd just be watching whatever. By the way, Hellfire, did I say hello? You said hello earlier and I ignored you. I'm so sorry. Is this the song? Here we go. Let me copy the song link. Not inspect. Go away. If you want that song, that's what that is. I did. Okay, good. I'm not sure. Anyway. But yeah, like one of the major things back when I was a kid, at least, before because we didn't have pay TV. There was Foxtel, but we didn't have it in my house. And you know, you would just watch whatever was on free-to-air television, and it was stuff like The Big Bang Theory, 2.5 Men. And then, you know, you go back further, Seinfeld, Simpsons, Futurama, etc., etc. So you just watch whatever was on regular television, and that would inform your cultural leanings, I suppose. You want to buy a real katana because why not, but you can't because you broke. Oh, gosh. That sucks. I want one, too. Once you're a mighty warrior with a katana, the bank will be too scared to make you pay the debt back. You have Raiden's sword from Metal Gear Rising. Ooh, that's cool. I like the sound of that one. That sounds awesome. I want to just... Oh, no. What's happened? Here we go. I want to just look at something really quickly, which is not related to anything, but we might as well address this because I'm kind of furious that Twitch is not doing anything with what we've been asking them to do with the, what's it called? With the bot raids. So this person has said there's another batch of bots being created. Pattern in the display name is first name, last name, cap number, or first name, last name, cap, lower digit, where number is 3 to 4 digits. Cap is a single letter, lower single letter, lower is a single letter. So there we go, they're creating new bots. Here's a list I compiled so far, still more being made though. If I can find these, why can't Twitch? I think they've stopped. My list of suspected bots in this batch is here. Pattern matching code attached as image. Tagging a few. Oh, I know I've been affected by bots. Hoping we can preempt the next attack with detecting and tools like Commander Roots. New batch being created with the same user suffix. This just started 8 minutes ago and they're still being created. So somebody's obviously got a botnet going that's just creating these ad infinitum. Small batch of only 101 and they haven't made any more in a few minutes. How are we feeling about the first name number, 3 letters, all lowercase. These ones I'm not 100% on. They're all noun plus 3 letters and occasionally 2 nouns. So we got a bunch of different names here. And it keeps going. What makes me more confident they're bots? This is what their account creation date/time looks like. So there we go. This is if these were regular accounts, you'd expect it to be uniform. Instead, we get a handful, gradual creation, pause, then it shoots up with mass account creation. More along this pattern, nearly 7,000 in the last 3 hours. Seen some replies asking if they can send money. Oh, that's just for supporting this. Someone is making more Elon Musk bot accounts. Oh goodness. So yeah. If someone, like, if just some person who I have no idea who this person is can find these accounts, why can't Twitch do it? What's stopping Twitch from doing it and putting in stops to prevent this? Why do we have to wait until sometime later in the year to get the tools to prevent these bot attacks? What exactly is going on at Twitch? Who's working at Twitch? At this point, I feel like Twitch is actually just automated and no one actually works there. Anyway. Yeah, hire this person, get the job done. Like, it's got to be that simple. Read this whole article about why they ended the Big Bang and you don't remember any of it. Sheldon literally just exists to let neurotypical people laugh at a disabled person without having to feel ableist. Bingo. You're absolutely fucking right. Anyway, and Raj, like, yeah, literally everyone in that show is a stereotype and it's fucking insufferable. Raj literally exists to say, I am Indian and I think Indian culture is stupid so that Americans can laugh at how it's superior. Pretty much. Penny is just hot. Blonde women are stupid, pretty much. Oh, well, no, not. She's not blonde women are stupid. She's blonde women couldn't possibly understand geek culture and also she's bossy. She's a bossy woman. You know, she's got that assertive attitude, but it's portrayed in such a way that she's insufferable. Like, the whole show is just fucking cringe. And honestly, I'm gonna agree with Erebus. The in-betweeners is absolutely fucking dog shit. I cannot for the life of me stand cringe comedy. I just cannot abide it. It's awful. Bazinga. And Howard, fucking Jesus Christ on a lightly buttered crump at the anti-Semitic stereotypes. It was fucking bad, dude. And I loved all the times that the creator would try to, like, brush off. Oh, we don't use the laugh track. We honestly don't use the laugh track. Look, here's a photo of our live studio audience. We don't use laugh tracks. Stop saying it. But yeah, Big Bang Theory, 2.5 Men. And yeah, How I Met Your Mother. I can't believe they're doing How I Met Your Father, yada, yada, yada. Like, they're just all shit. They're all bad shows. But because of the mass popularity of them, you can't say that because people will disagree with you, and that's always a bad idea. Friends is another one in the exact same vein as all of those other shows. You know, I will say this right now. I just cannot stand Friends for the exact same reasons I cannot stand How I Met Your Mother and 2.5 Men, Big Bang Theory, etc. It's the same format. I just can't stand it. By the way, I'm reflecting over here. Can you see that? Sup, bitch. You looked. Made you look. Anyway. Comedy about nothing is always annoying. It is. It's one of those things, like, I've been watching. I mean, I haven't been watching it, but maybe I should start watching it again just casually on my own time. 2.5 Men. Not 2.5 Men. Now that's in my head. Avatar: The Last Airbender. Not even close. Not even in the same ballpark. Avatar: The Last Airbender, what I've watched of it is it's got some really great messages. And honestly, I wouldn't mind restarting it and getting my kids to watch it. Because, like, every episode of that show it feels like it's got a message. It's saying something. And even, like, again, as someone who is a stan of Seinfeld, which is a show about nothing, and I do really enjoy Seinfeld particularly.
I see you've brought
Mia,
guests.
hello. How are you
Welcome,
going?
friends.
Well, you're streaming. Oh, it's not even on. Why is that not on? Anyway, hi. How you doing? How was your stream? Why won't... Now it won't work. There we go. When did that turn off? Was that on before? That was on before, wasn't it? How was your stream? What were you getting up to tonight? Let's put our raid lights on, because raid lights, raid time, party time, real raid time, party time. Let's go. But yeah, like everything, and I mean, I get that not everything has to have a specific message, but it just seems like so many of those shows went out of their way to not have a message, or went out of their way to reinforce toxic stereotypes about society, family, dating, etc. Like, that's all they were. You know, I know specifically a few people who legitimately modeled their personalities on certain characters from some of those sitcoms. In the sense that they would adopt the mannerisms of certain characters who were just assholes, and they'd just say, "Oh yeah, I'm just like that character from that show." I'm like, that guy, I just like totally vibe with him, man. When in reality, they were emulating that character and being a cunt. And it's like, and the reason that the character, whichever, I'm just like randomly throwing out, like, pick a character at this point. It's just a stereotype. Pick an asshole character from any sitcom. You're not, it's the same thing with like the Rick from Rick and Morty thing, or the Joker thing, or any of those things. It's like, if you find yourself aligning with those characters, you're missing the fucking point of those characters. You know? You're playing Boyfriend Dungeon. Very nice, very nice. How is it? How are you finding it? Avatar even has a solid point about pacifism versus fascism, with Aang fretting over not wanting to kill Ozai and everyone else being like, nope, evil dictator, murk his ass. Yeah, exactly. Which is a fair point, and I haven't finished it yet, by the way, but I can see where it's going. My phone keeps switching into charging and off charging. The Dragon Prince, I might give that a look too, yeah. And honestly, what annoys me about all the grimdark media that we're getting these days is specifically with regards to how optimistic and how pacifistic The Last Airbender is. Like, I mean, there is violence in it, but Aang, obviously, a very pacifist character. Aang strikes me as a very good character, and somebody brought up this fan theory that The Last Airbender is actually told from an unreliable narrator perspective, and Aang is exaggerating his pacifism to make himself look better. And just stop with that shit. You know, why can't things just be wholesome? You know, why can't things be good? Why can't we just have the story as it is? Why do you have to come up with some radical conspiracy theory that turns the story darker? Why do you need to do that? And honestly, I really just enjoy Avatar: The Last Airbender as it is, and I hate those fan theories with a passion. Yeah, how the fuck would they know? Exactly, there's nothing to even suggest that. Not a single fucking thing to suggest that. Yeah, what if the whole cast are mental patients? What was the other one? There was a specific one. Actually, I think this is what kind of kicked this trend off in a big way. One particular show from quite a few decades ago now had an episode where it turns out it was all in the imagination of one autistic boy's head, or something like that. It was something along those lines. Like, the whole TV show up to that point, somebody will know what I'm talking about. And from that point on, there has been a consistent lean towards this idea of everything, yeah, such and such was in a coma, or such and such is dead, and this is just their, you know, life flashing before their eyes. This is, it's all unreliable narrator and all this. The Sin Elsewhere canon, yeah, which I think if you look into it, also infers that many other canons are specifically tied to Sin Elsewhere as a result. But that's a whole other thing to get into. It's fiction. Who fucking cares that much about connected universes? I'm at the point where I don't care anymore. I have watched Hey Arnold. I loved Hey Arnold when I was a kid. That was really good. That was really pog. But yeah, what if the whole cast are mental patients? These days TV shows are not meant for an idea. They make TV shows for the sake of money. My mother and I have talked before. They don't want you to get a message. They lazily slap shows together for easy money. Even if woke people write it, they don't care about true art and comedy. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It doesn't matter who it is. Like, it's the same thing with like soap operas. You know, it's just create mildly, vaguely relatable thing. Throw in a few bits that could be perceived as jokey, and then print it, you know, just like record it, ship it, you know. Rocco's Modern Life even had trans rep before most media even acknowledged we exist in society. Yes, it did. By the way, folks, if you're enjoying the show and you would like to support it, please consider supporting the show on Patreon for $1 or $1.50. I don't know how much it costs wherever you are. It's cheap. It's less than the cost of a candy bar, probably. Or you can chuck a direct tip into the titty fund at coffee if you fancy it. If you like me. Do you like me? I like me. I think I'm cute. Anyway. Or there's the Mommy Milkers thing, which is the Streamlabs tipping function. Anyway. Person of interest in Mr. Robot Slap. I've heard good things about Mr. Robot. I do want to give that a look at some stage. Seems pretty based. Seems pretty based. I'm gonna do something really quickly. I'm gonna fuck with your heads a bit. Ready? You ready? You ready? You ready? What if I put the red on that side and the blue on this side? Ah. Now we're talking. Did that do something? I'm keen to get started on Legend of Korra, but I've got to get around to finishing season 2 of Last Airbender, and then my friend keeps telling me do not watch the Last Airbender movie, and I just feel like I'm gonna finish. I finished the first season, which the movie's based on, so technically I could do it now. I could watch it now, because it's the movie's based on the first season, and I really, really want to watch it, just to punish myself, like. I don't know. Yeah, the red on that side. What? That's not allowed. There is no movie in Ba Sing Se. Oh goodness, here we are safe. Love the anti-capitalist narrative, but most modern media falls short of actually saying something meaningful. You want to know another thing that I've only just realized after reflecting on it and after having played the original game compared to the one that I played in the first place. BioShock Infinite. You know. I'd need to look up the specific themes of BioShock Infinite to refresh my memory, but it stands out to me as though it has a very specific narrative that it's trying to push. And regrettably, it just ends up taking a really narrow centrist point of view that doesn't say anything, you know, which kind of really fucking sucks in the grand scheme of things. Because BioShock Infinite is otherwise a good game. But its storytelling, at least from a political standpoint, leaves a lot to be desired. Haven't played BioShock past the first one. Constants and variables. Yeah, I think the idea that they wanted to go for was much more about the reality bending stuff than the political stuff, and they just used the political stuff as a basic framework to explore different ideas, different universes and such. It was a good game. I did enjoy it a lot. I did enjoy a lot of what BioShock Infinite did, but looking back on it, I'm like the what's it called? I forget. Something about the storytelling. What music do I play? Not much. I can't play for crap. I've been meaning to get back into it, but my nails are just trash. My nails are trash, which I know is not a thing that I should care about with regards to playing guitar, but I recently had acrylics and took them off, and my fingers still feel like they haven't recovered from ripping the damn things off my fingers, which I didn't do like that. I used a nail polish remover. Well, I used a specific acrylic. What's it called? Acetone to get rid of them. And the tips of my fingers are still really sensitive. So once these are healed, and they are healing pretty quickly, I'm gonna pick up my guitar again and start practicing again. Anyway, how are you, by the way? You cannot call me bro. That'd be cool. I'm a chick. Love when the new Battlefields and Call of Duties come out, turn us Easterners into monolithic evil Russians as single-player enemies, normalize war crimes and imperialism, and then they say, our games aren't political. I fucking hate that. Honestly, like the, especially Battlefield 2042 or whatever it is, the one that's forthcoming, where they used specific, let me have a look here really quickly, because there was a, because it's a specific, yeah, not political. Here we go. This is, well, I mean, this is from an article from The Gamer. I guess. Battlefield 2042 with its climate disasters is the latest game to be not political. It's bizarre, isn't it? It's like Ubisoft made BLM the villain of their promotional stuff for that. They didn't make BLM the villain. This is the way they skirt around it. They didn't make BLM the villain. They made a social movement that used the Black Lives Matter raised fist imagery or what have you, which was a really bad move in their promotional material for not Marvel Strike Force. For that mobile game that uses like heroes from all of their different, totally not political shooty games. But yeah, developer at DICE LA has explained that Battlefield 2042 is not political and the climate-ravaged setting is simply there for gameplay reasons. Climate crisis is a political issue. After announcing the game during the Battlefield reveal event earlier today, DICE developer Daniel Berlin was interviewed by IGN about the game's political themes, despite having the player take on the role of a citizen displaced by war and climate disasters. Political. Berlin claims the game isn't political. The reason we decided to go down this route is so we could create a narrative with this world that we could create through the eyes of the no-pats, which I'm pretty sure that's also political. That means something. I'm not sure of the specifics. But that is their terminology for... That's short for something, and I forgot what it is. We wanted to get more spectacle in there and more massive events happening. This setting fits that perfectly. It fits the scale, blah, 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 blah. Like IGN points out, Berlin has likely been told to refrain from saying that Battlefield 2042 is political, even though anyone with rational thought can see the two are clearly linked. And this is particularly irritating because, like, you're creating a shooter game, you know, in the real world, in the not too distant future, like expat, yeah, I think it's that kind of thing. But yeah, like it says here, the role of a citizen displaced by war and climate disasters. I think those are the no-pats. Anyway, there was another one, 6 Days in Fallujah, where they did an interview with the creators of the game, and they were just like, our game's not political, and it's like, people who have no specific home country. That's the one. Yes, exactly. That's the one. And yeah, the thing that irritates me to no end is the fact that 6 Days in Fallujah did the same thing, and like 6 Days in Fallujah is arguably worse for it because it's actually based on the second battle in Fallujah. So it's actually based on real world events, and they had the audacity to say the game's not political. The game is strictly not political. I'm sorry, but when you decide to take a video game and place it in a real world setting or a potential real world setting, it's saying something political whether you want it to or not. You know? You can't just say it's not political. It's not how that works. Gotta go, Radio Hellfire. Have a good one. Where were we? I'm a chick with a leso. I'm the lesbian girlfriend, but I don't have a lesbian girlfriend at the moment. Political's when you have a blue hair chick in there. Oh god. Can you imagine if they would? Technically, Ubisoft didn't make the protest the villains. Yeah, like they were just a pawn of a cabal of the elites, yeah. So like the protesters, the protesters weren't the villains, but there was a sympathetic organization to the protesters that were aligning themselves with the protesters. And that was the point, I guess? And it's like, that's still not helping Ubisoft. That's not better by any stretch. Anyway, climate change isn't political. I also like to admit I haven't been paying attention to politics globally. The idea of being apolitical can only be viewed as apolitical if you're in a situation where the politics don't affect you or you think they don't. And that's honestly the big takeaway from this whole apolitical video games thing, is a lot of people just, again, the reason that they don't address the politics of their video games is because they know a lot of their audience don't want to get heavily invested in politics. They just want to sit down and chill out and play a cool video game without... I don't want to think about politics, man. I just want to relax. I just want to wind down and not worry about the real world. And it's like... And then they will play games that are based on real world conflicts. Like, I've seen so many people who are like, I'm not really a political kind of person. I'm going to just go play Call of Duty Cold War. Like, what the fuck? At least Ronald Reagan respects your pronouns, I guess. Anyway. Oh yeah, professional sports are deeply political. Absolutely, they are. But the thing is, you say you hate the fact that people politicize things that everyone watches to relax. Don't care what side does it. There's a time and place. Sports are not it. Concerts are not it. But the issue there, is like, let's just say, for example, a number of musicians and bands, I think, or I mean, not many. I've only heard a couple, but I think, was it the Foo Fighters or was it someone recently said they would only perform to a venue if the audience were vaccinated, like the audience had to be vaccinated. On the inverse, another older musician said he wouldn't perform at venues if vaccinations were mandatory, or masks or whatever were mandatory. He wouldn't perform at those venues. I forget who that was. And you would think, logically speaking, common sense approach to this, getting vaccinated, wearing a mask, social distancing, etc., feels logical to us, because we realize these things are necessary to stem the tide of the pandemic. But the moment that an entertainer, and this has always been the problem with entertainment, the moment an entertainer speaks out on something like that doesn't seem political, it shouldn't. If a famous person says trans rights, that shouldn't be political, but it is. And if a famous person says get your vaccination shot, that shouldn't be political, but it is. That's the problem. Everything is politicized, whether you like it or not. Even if you just want to do something to relax and unwind, there's still a political message intertwined with it no matter what. Even fucking ukulele has political themes. Yeah, it's political because dipshits don't agree with it, and then that works its way into policy. Like the guy in Texas who got COVID, who was anti-mask mandates and anti-vax mandates. Eric Clapton, that's who it was, thank you. How is Eric Clapton still alive? I get the suspicion it's kind of an Ozzy Osbourne situation, where they've put so much drugs in their body over the years that it's just preemptively embalmed them so that their bodies are taking much, much longer to decompose. And as a result, that's allowing them to stay alive. I don't know. I'm not a science. When a person has been in a privileged position for most of their life, then as movements happen around the world, equality can feel like oppression. Very well put. Very well put. That's how this works. And why does he get worse whenever I hear more of that? That tends to be the case. And that's the problem, right? Is I remember speaking... Sorry, I didn't speak to this person. I will correct myself. Jacinta told me this story. Of how she was speaking to a guy and he mentioned that he liked Rage Against the Machine, and she started mentioning their political messages, and he was like, what are you talking about politics for? I just like their music. Rage Against the Machine. Anyway, the Montgomery Burns illness balance. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Only recently learned D. Snyder blasted anti-vaxxers for using "We're Not Gonna Take It." Wasn't it? He also sued. Oops. Clive Palmer for doing a takeoff of the song without permission. Wonder what the machine is. I have no idea. How weird. But yeah, Clive Palmer did a knockoff of "We're Not Gonna Take It" for his political campaign a few years back, and I'm pretty sure D. Snyder sued. It's the fucking name of the band, right? Yeah, exactly. Ted Cruz got some flack from them for being the machine they raged against, and he didn't understand. It never gets old. It's fucking great. It's fucking great. People who think they know what they're talking about. And that is, again, the privileged position. That is, again, where all this comes from. D. Snyder is someone you're happy to share a birthday with. Ironically, he did not take it, being Clive Palmer's plagiarism. How do they think satire... How do they think parody works? Not satire, parody. Parody's different. I think I pressed escape and that did something. Anyway. Yeah, how do they think parody works? You don't just get to do whatever you want. Even if you're just doing a low-level parody, you still need to get consent from the band to be able to publish it. As far as I'm aware, anyway. You can't just do a takeoff and not pay royalties. You gotta pay them dues, man. Pay your dues. Legalities, license, and all that. Yeah, exactly. And Clive Palmer doesn't strike me as the kind of person who really likes obeying the laws. Or, you know, whatever. Anywho. Should we look at a story? We've been talking media for a while. We can continue down this train of thought if you want. Like, who was it? I think it was Riverboat Jack. I've been watching a bit of Riverboat Jack lately. She's great. Who is playing, and I mean, this narrative is not new to me. Hey, Amanda Panda. Hello.
Welcome, friends.
Hello, friendos. Welcome to the Rogue Group. My name's Abigail Beck. We are chilling and talking about political representation in media. How did your stream go? What'd you get up to? Welcome in, everybody. I hope you're all having a fine and dandy one. Depends where you are. Usually you do have fair use defense, but some people don't want to risk it. Weird Al requests permission for his parodies, for instance. Yeah, I think it differs if you're like somebody smaller or somebody really famous, you know. Juxtapositor, Panda Raid, welcome in. Hello, friends. How did your stream go? What's happening? I think parodies are the only situation where you can legally plagiarize somebody, but you need some. Yeah, it needs to be transformative. Since we talked about real life conflicts, I am interested in looking at the whole Afghanistan situation. I've kept opening stories from it and then closing them. It feels like a pretty heavy topic, but we can look at it. Yeah, we can look at it. It is a very intense scenario there. Did some chill stuff like crochet song translations and Japanese lessons. Oh, that's cool. That sounds awesome. And Nezuko cosplay. So who's Nezuko? I keep seeing this name around. I'm going to hit that Google. I'm going to Google search so I know what this character is. I see. Oh, Demon Slayer. Alright, interesting. I might have to give that show a look at some point. I keep hearing about it. Kimetsu no Yaiba. Okay. This is why you open like 15 plus articles and get to them when I feel like it. Nezuko running in the 90s. I think I'm good. Well, I did want to talk about... Hey!
On you.
Sarah. Thank you for the 12 biddies. There's actually a bamboo bit to keep her from chomping on people. There you go. Amine. See if we go into that one, I definitely make this weekend another no social media thing for mental health. Like, yeah, it has been helping a little bit. To do the no social media thing on the weekends. I might be live on Sunday night, though, on Discord again, because that was fun last week. We had everybody on Discord just chilling out in voice and video chat, vibing, and I was playing Resident Evil 2, and I might play some more of that on Sunday, which was pretty pog. And tomorrow night we're going to be streaming with Ranting Trans, and I'm going to be teaching her how to play Minecraft. Poggers. Mum said it's my turn to talk about anime. Anyway, we were doing... What were we doing? We were talking... Switch the lights, please. So yeah, we've been talking political representation in media. We've been talking about political themes in media. And I was going to bring this up because I'm sure you've heard this before, but Dark Souls is... Dark Souls. Ew. Dark Souls is obviously one of my favorite video games, and it is a very heavy... It's like... It's laid on thick. Reaper, there you go. With anti-capitalist sentiment. Dark Souls is laid on thick with anti-capitalist sentiment. It really is. And I think there's probably a lot of games that are like that in a similar sense. It's very, very obvious with the way it does its thing. I'm trying to think of the specifics, though, the ways to tie it into the themes of capitalism. Obviously, there's the class disparity. What was it? Then came fire. And with fire came disparity between the working class and the bourgeoisie. Anyway, that's one of my favorite examples because it's like, if you look for it, you can spot the themes, but given that it's draped up in this grimdark fantasy setting, you don't really notice it. Cyberpunk 2077 is extremely anti-capitalistic though? This is the thing that I've heard, is that it does that same thing BioShock does. I haven't played it, so I can't verify, but I do have a copy of it on PS4, which I'm not going to play. I've heard it doesn't actually go as hard as it should on the anti-cap sentiment. Which kind of sucks. Because, you know, Cyberpunk regrettably didn't hit all the marks that it was supposed to, and marks. At this point, though, I don't think we can expect that to change at any point in the near future. The game itself is the practices surrounding its development. Yeah, we don't talk about that. Yeah, what I was going to say is it seems like from what I have seen from the outside looking in is it does the exact same kind of Bioshock Infinite thing where it's like we have a message, but also all sides are bad technically. Like it doesn't take a stance. Like Dark Souls has a pretty heavy stench of I wouldn't say stench, but you know, it's just the word that came to mind. Of anti-capitalist screed laid among it, because you've got the gods. It's actually interesting, like, I don't know if anyone's made this particular point. I see it this way, but the very intro of Dark Souls features the still land of, like, arch trees and grey crags and everlasting dragons, right? Radio Amanda Panda. And then the gods find fire. I think I'm trying to remember the way the lore lays out, but I'm pretty sure like some powerful godly people found some souls within the first flame, and then they took power with them souls. And then just trying to think specifically, like Lord Gwyn, obviously the main antagonist of the game, uses his power to usurp the dragons, uses his power to strike down the dragons. And that specific point is like the world was unformed, shrouded by fog. And it's just like this still everlasting kind of, you know, not a lot of shit's going down. And then the gods come along with their powers that can suddenly strip the dragons of their stone scales, and it makes it easy to kill them. So they kill the dragons, they wipe the dragons out. And that particular point, and I'd never thought about this until recently, really strikes me as an imperialist analogy. Like, it really strikes me as that conquering the frontier analogy. Do I have the right idea here? Like, you know, things were, I mean, I don't know the specifics. But, you know, it really comes across as this way of, like, here's these people that have come along with this power that can just wipe out effective natives, I suppose. But of course, it's a different kind of setup to the real world, and that's on purpose. But at least that particular point strikes me as a little bit imperialist isn't the word I'm looking for. It is, but it's not. There's another word I'm looking for that I can't think of. CDPR had built itself up as a different developer. Then management decided to cash in quite literally, and the devs got fucked over. Colonialist is probably closer to what I'm thinking of. Yeah, but like basically, essentially like, yeah, the colonizers coming across and destroying the natives. That's how I read it, is Gwyn and his knights were the colonizers coming in and destroying the native dragons. You know, fantasy allegory of dragons being ancient mythos and religion of pre-industrial peoples, and Gwyn and his powers being the wave of industrialization and modernization. Precisely. That's the way I see it. Hello Millam, how's it going? Gonna listen through your earphones, need to clean this mess of a room. Clean your room up. You gotta clean your room. Why did I sound like Ernie there? You gotta clean your room, Bert. I was trying to do Jordan Peterson. You see, with the cultural Marxism and the dialectical materialism, you're gonna top me later, Bert? Mentioned Ubisoft. Did you hear that they confirmed an operator? Yes, I did. We covered that story. Yeah. Can we not? It's Kermit the Frog here. Seen some people on Twitter upset they didn't make her femme enough. Are you kidding? She looks femme as fuck. Honestly, she looks totally femme. She leans a little bit mask, I suppose, with the shorter hairstyle. But at first thought, it's like my first interpretation was, yeah, that's a feminine character. What's the problem? I'm just gonna check something really quickly. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, Kermit or Ernie from Bert and Ernie. Those are the ones that come to mind for me. But anyway. Is there a cutoff point to you about where people can add politics? There's probably a point where it becomes excessive. It's just media analysis is the thing, though. It's not like... It's not as though we're trying to take away the message of whatever it is that the thing is trying to say. I can still lose myself in Dark Souls and just submerge myself in the lore of that game and not attach real-world themes to it. But one cannot deny... Like, this is an important thing about that video we watched about Minecraft. Right, this is a big one for me. This actually blew my mind when we were watching the video about Minecraft and colonialism and the way that the game is designed. It's designed to be fun. Minecraft is just designed to be fun, casual, chill, hang out, you know, explore the world, build things, farm some animals and plants, and trade with villagers, go on adventures. But when you start to distill it down to its elements, you begin to realize that the reason we're looking at that game from the perspective that we're looking at it, and the reason that we're playing the game in this particular manner, the reason we're going out and exploring and building big things and farming and cultivating and all of that, is because that's influenced by our own history. That's influenced by the things that we have been taught to find culturally relevant. Yeah, the folding ideas one. Yeah, exactly. So... A particular point that he mentioned in that video, excuse me, was like the building big things thing. He's like, I come from a society that builds big things, and as a result, I like to build big things in Minecraft. Like, that's just a thing that we are sort of like socially conditioned to find some level of enjoyment in. So as a result, people will play Minecraft and they'll find that same level of satisfaction in building the big things, or they might find satisfaction of going out there and, I don't know. Regrettably, I want to say, you know, finding interesting ways to harvest farm animals. You know, all of the different goals that you can pursue in Minecraft, even stuff like slaying the Ender Dragon, can relate back to some political theme, some real-world theme in some way. And the particular point of that video was that in order to get cats for him and his friends, he had to go get villagers from a faraway village, put them in boats, like traverse them through a river towards where they were actually building and living, and then set up an effective internment camp for the villagers and force them to breed so that they were making more and more villagers and thus more and more cats. And there are other factors in there as well. And it's kind of like it might not have been intentionally designed that way. In fact, I don't think that the villager system was designed intentionally to encourage slavery. But you look at how those ideas emerge, and it's hard not to put a real-world perspective on those. I have to put my hand up to spending enormous amounts of time making the factory grow in Factorio. And I mean, that's the thing with the Minecraft thing, again, is like I've spent so much time exploiting the shit out of the villagers to get the most ideal trades with them and trapping some of them in prisons dozens of meters in the air, so with a monster in a minecart that circles around them, constantly terrifying them so that their mechanics spawn an iron golem, which will then be fed into a meat grinder, or in this case a lava blade, so that I can gather resources. Like, if that, like, what does that say? I've shown this on stream before. The contraption that keeps villagers awake at night so they never get any sleep, and they're constantly terrified by a zombie, and ignore the possible incoming raid, you're testing the raid button on your stream deck. Right, yeah, sounds good. It is pretty bad. It's pretty atrocious. And when you're doing a run in Minecraft, like in that particular thing, I was doing a hardcore run, so I was trying to optimize everything, and I literally had little boxes, little 1 by 1 meter boxes, where like 20 cows and then 20 sheep and 20 pigs were all stacked in together so I could collect resources as efficiently as possible. Because if you feed like a box full of animals enough, they start just suffocating each other and dying. How's that not an exact indictment on the meat industry? Like, you look at that and it's like, all the shit that I'm doing is shit that's really happening. It's just in a digital world, in a digital format. Well, yeah, in Minecraft it's called efficient, and realistically speaking, in the Minecraft world, it's not affecting anything. In the Minecraft world, I can do a slavery with the villagers. I can do all of that kind of nonsense with the animals, and I can create, well, actually, you can create some really efficient plant-based farms as well, which is good. But in terms of the hardcore Minecraft, there we go.
I see you've brought guests.
There we go. So
Welcome,
ignore that raid.
friends.
There you go, it works. CAFOs are bad. CAFOs? What's that one, Maria? You'll have to enlighten me. I'm dumb. But yeah, like, that's the thing, is like, that's the way that you can take a game that a lot of children are playing. You know, a lot of kids are going to play Minecraft. I dare say quite a few kids are going to look up that iron golem farm that I was talking about and are going to try to recreate it without realizing the more disturbing implications behind it, without realizing the more grim realities that might represent. And same with the animal farms, and same with any number of things. Concentrated animal feeding operation, basically factory farm. Exactly, yes, they are very, very bad. I hate those. I loathe them, detest them. But again, in the case of Minecraft, you can get away with doing reprehensible shit because it's just pixels. It's just lines of code. No one's actually getting hurt. Which is why it's easy for us to dismiss that idea. In the same way that you could play any first-person shooter ever released, and you're mowing down, like you could play GTA, mow down hordes of civilians and then police and all of that kind of thing, and you dismiss it because it's just the escapism fantasy in your head. You're just doing it because you know you couldn't get away with it in real life. You know? And like, it's especially indicative of stuff like GTA and Call of Duty and all that kind of stuff, where it's kind of rooted in some satire of the real world, where, you know, civilian lives are treated as expendable because in your head, you know, those are not actual people. Played 40 plus hours of Doom Eternal. Oh, by the way, I've got to install Doom Eternal because I'm gonna get Game Pass tomorrow when my pay comes in. I'm gonna get Doom Eternal, and I might play that either on stream or on Discord soon. We're talking about media and how it is reflective of the real world in which we live. I didn't get to touch much on the Dark Souls thing, but sadly I'm not that informed on it. Like, I know the themes, but I don't know how to express what I mean about them. Excuse me. Local small-scale organic animal farms are also unethical. They are, exactly, yes. Tend to get too involved in those sort of games and can't do evil things like that. You can't do evil things. What do you mean you get too involved? I'm curious. Humans are naturally aggressive and violent, and we need some kind of release for that. Some people use sports, others use video games. I mean, they are, but I also think we wouldn't have got to where we are today if at least some degree of humanity wasn't specifically cooperative. And I mean, obviously people can cooperate, but I think it's interesting to look at this from the perspective of, are people only cooperative because they can look at power and see how power has influenced all that violence and all of that evil and aggression? I mean, I think, you know, as a civilized society, we've largely moved past that, generally speaking. I mean, we haven't. There's still war going on, but the people living over here in, you know, civilization or whatever, whatever kind of world in which you want, whatever you want to call this place that we live in. I'm just trying to think for a second. Like, I think a lot of people do have a generally cooperative attitude. They do want to help people in a broad sense, but only because they can see, I think, the evils that the wealthier are perpetuating. Violence is often allowed while sexuality is restricted in media. Indeed. It's why you're aware of what these games represent, but at the end of the day, you see them for what they are, games. If you saw this shit IRL, you would be appalled. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. You know. We have an instinct to help each other, but we also have the genetic instinct for the preservation of the genes, so we don't distrust anything that is different, which is true. Absolutely true. And yeah, like, I think the grand majority of us would be able to look at video games and see the attachment to the real world things they represent. Like, for example, if we go to Doom, we look at Doom and it's a shooter game. And in the context of the Doom universe, You know, I think that's supposed to be set in the future, the far future. And they have guns, just like we have guns in the modern world. So there's at least like that very tangential and, you know, connection there. It's like, oh, there's guns, there's violence, there's demons, kill the demons. So it's like we know there is gun violence that is happening. We know there are people that are absolutely maniacal and would absolutely, given the opportunity, mow down a horde of people, which they might see as demons. I don't know. Are there any really... I mean, a lot of mass shooters tend to be religious, don't they? I don't know. The whole people are bad narrative is just a justification to not upset the status quo. Exactly. Good example of the Purge movies. Without police, people wouldn't instantly start murdering each other. Which is, yeah, that's a weird series, I think. Demons exist, slay you dare challenge me. Don't know if that entirely holds up. I mean, we are ignoring the way, yeah, the West is benefiting from force and compulsion elsewhere. That's true. But I still think that's, I mean, I'm not saying every human is cooperative. Obviously not every human is cooperative. But a lot of the reason that there is all that conflict is specifically the influence of the rich. Would never mow down a horde of innocent people, but I probably would not be as reluctant to not harm the people who have harmed me. Perhaps you could give an example. Yeah, you can. You can give an example before we go to Doom if you want. Well, I mean, we're already at Doom, but you know. But yeah, like when I say it's like it's the influence of the rich, I don't mean the people that are involved in harvesting those materials, and I don't mean the people that are licking the boots of Elon Musk and all of that are not also themselves aggressive. I think that aggression is informed by power. In the sense, like you mentioned, Izzy, the genetic instinct for preservation of the genes, and as it stands right now, we've got a lot of propaganda in certain circles towards the preservation of a certain race. Take a guess which one. You know. Thought Slime did a pretty good video on what if people didn't do violence for the Purge, if I recall correctly. That would be interesting. We could have a look at that. Welcome back, Amanda. If a video game has a serious plot, I can accept it, but if I'm watching an awards show or going to a concert, I'm not paying to hear someone stop the show to make a speech. If your art is political, I understand, but literally a speech you can make in an interview or at a rally or in a self-stream seems excessive to add everywhere you go. The pug race? What's the pug race? If I'm watching an award show or a concert. I'm not, I mean... I feel like that's really the prerogative of the entertainer, though, is the thing. And I feel like we can't, especially in the modern age, when people are... I mean, people have always been pretty outspoken with regards to, like, here's a platform, say your piece. People are always going to use that opportunity to announce their stances if they need to. You know? So if you're given an opportunity with, like, yeah, like an awards show, or if you're performing a concert and you're on stage in front of a big audience, or if you're live on television, if you're doing an interview, like this is the problem. Fall on freeze Peach. This is the problem. The moment you start saying, I don't want politics in this, I don't want to hear your politics in that, I don't want your politics in that, is the moment that people will start using that to push further and further and further in that avenue, until the point that people will be afraid to say anything, right? That's the main issue, is if we start saying, I don't want politics in my TV shows, I don't want politics in my fun video games, I don't want politics at the awards shows and the concerts and all of that kind of thing, that's just going to push more and more people away from making big political statements and thus driving change. I don't want politics in my politics. I want to watch Question Time and they're just talking about how they should fund my breasts. God, imagine that. Imagine that. Those people in Parliament have got so much fucking money. They could just 1 week pay for my tits, but they won't. They won't. I believe there is a time and place to talk about politics to boil down this argument, but is there though? There's a knocking and I don't know what's going. Maybe it's just the kids? I don't know. Anyway. Hang on. I'm just listening. Hang on. It was a knocking, but like usually they would knock on my door. I don't know if they would be knocking on another door. I don't know. Anyway. Believe in free speech, which shouldn't there be a point where everyone should realize that not every single thing you do actually needs this. You're making people turned off to whatever you're for if you go too hard with it. I mean, I can understand that viewpoint. Definitely. Time is when it will make an impact. Some people only have one chance. Exactly. That's the main thing. And generally speaking, some people, like if you're specifically with the awards show example, that's a good example. If you've been given an award and if nothing else, if there's like millions of people watching an awards show on TV and you as an actor or a singer or whatever are going up on stage to collect that award, that is a perfect opportunity to use it. That's a perfect opportunity to use your platform. But on the inverse of that, if, for example, unless you're among company that really wants this, unless you're among company that wants to have this discussion, right, which this stream is generally about, let's just say you've got a group together for a board game night. I'm trying to keep things grounded in the old normal so I can try to retain some of my sanity. Let's just say you got 5 or 6 people gathered around a board game. We'll say 5 for the sake of most board games allow for 5 players. And you're just chilling and you're just vibing, playing a game of Settlers of Catan, which is up there and it's hidden behind my logo. You can't see it. Anyway. It's actually just called Catan these days. But Catan's got a lot of colonialist leanings, you know? Excuse me. And if you decide to make... Like, if you and your friends are just hanging out, having some drinks, having some snacks, playing a board game, talking shit about whatever casually, not really getting heavy into any political stuff, and one of you just decides to turn it into a big thing about colonialism, and a big thing about white guilt, and all of that while nobody else was talking about it, that's a bad moment. Like, that's a negative time to bring that up if everybody else is not interested in the conversation. If you just decide to take this as a specific moment to spread whatever it is you're talking about. And I mean, don't get me wrong, there is definitely there's a lot to be said about colonialist ideas. There's a good discussion to be had there about colonialism, about the white guilt thing or whatever, about white privilege, about now you want to play an anti-colonialist Catan game though. I'm interested to see what an anti-colonialist game looks like. But anyway, meanwhile, in that kind of specific chilled out social setting where we're just vibing, I probably wouldn't take it. I probably wouldn't appreciate it all that much. Because shock and horror, folks, despite how radically left I am on this stream, I'm not like this outside of the stream. I'm not that much of a wackadoodle shove my ideology down your throat, convert you to transgenderism type of person. Alright, I'm simply not. This is my platform and this is my content. I'm a lot more chilled out in person. Unless I'm talking with Jacinta, in which case we get really radical. She's more radical than me. But anyway, trans recruiter. So like in this specific space, I like to talk about this kind of thing and I like to have these discussions. But, if I'm doing something else and I'm hanging out with friends, I don't try to drive it very political at all. If there's something that comes up that's like vaguely political, I might chuck in 2 cents. But I try to avoid it a lot of the time because most of the time I want to hang out with my friends and not think about that sort of stuff. But in the context of someone, again, if we use the awards show thing or the concert thing or any of those kinds of things, and there's a platform and there's lots of people and there's an opportunity, like it was said before, there might only be one chance to do this. That's a different setting. Or like the sports thing with the like Colin Kaepernick kind of situation, or what else? What other good examples are there? Like let's just say, for example, a TV show decides to do an episode that's particularly heavy about a certain message. 69? Nice. Thank you for the 69, Mia. We love our trans recruiter mommy. Why didn't that read the text-to-speech? Usually it does the text-to-speech. Nice. Can we get some nice in chat? Can we get some Arnott's nice in chat? But anyway, yeah, like if a show, nice, there we go, nice. Yeah, in particular, if a TV show, if a sitcom does an episode where they're like, here's a particular political theme that might be a bit more on the nose. I'm particularly thinking of The Simpsons here in this circumstance. The Simpsons has done a few episodes, so has Futurama, so has like Family Guy or whatever. They have done episodes where it's just like, the majority of the time it's casual, blasé, fun, whatever. And then there have been episodes where it's like, here's a particularly hard-hitting political episode. And people always complain about that, despite the fact that it's just a 20-minute episode of a show amid a season of 23 other episodes. You know, and when you've got that big of an audience and you've got something to say, sometimes that's just relevant, you know. Without being preachy about it, you can still format it in such a way that it remains enlightening and entertaining. Can you think of any in particular? You're not that super familiar with The Simpsons. In the opposite direction, Ben-Hur from Futurama. If you've watched Futurama, I don't know. You know, there's been quite a few trans commentators who've made videos on that episode of Futurama, Ben-Hur, where Bender goes to the Olympics and transes his gender in order to win medals. And that becomes a whole really bad thing. Anyway. Did I watch No, I haven't seen the video, sorry. Wait. Don't care if shouts for what left or right. If your message is good or bad, you're not actually helping your movement by making people sick of hearing about it because it's now in everything: news, sports, concerts, games, at work. This is the thing though, it's always been that way. This is the issue, I think, is that when people are made aware of the fact that their media is and always has been political, then all of a sudden they get sick of political messages. But all of your media has always been political, and it's always been loud and open about it. You know? It's just that the politics over time has shifted. Generally speaking, the media has shifted further left, I think. Hard to say. I haven't seen every single piece of media ever written. But politics always informs media. Political messaging always informs media, whether it's like something that's based in the real world, like it's whether it's something that's what am I thinking of? Like, I'm trying to think of a good example here that's like, when I'm saying based in the real world, I mean like, say something that's live and not fictional. Non-fiction. That's the word I'm looking for. And then you've got fictional stuff on the inverse of that. Those political messages have always been informed the media. But a lot of those messages and a lot of those themes are either a lot more subtle or, and I think when I say subtle, I mean status quo. A lot more blasé. A lot of things that are generally broadly relatable. And you only notice the potentially disagreeable points once you start to heavily analyze it. Is it symbolism which costs the rich nothing, or will it affect people to join causes like feeding the homeless and such? Yeah. Sexist, transphobia, a bit homophobic, and robophobia? Not cool, Futurama. Yeah. There's always value in moderation, but I think there's always going to be an element of offending normal sensibilities to activism that means this can be a strategy to silence people. What are you going to do, vote third party? Sometimes when it's subtly done, it's great, but when it's badly done, it's like the last 4 seasons of Doctor Who. I have not watched Doctor Who and I refuse to do so. Or Star Trek Picard, which I have not seen, but I have heard is up and down. There can be hundreds of kisses between men and women, but as soon as people of the same gender kiss, suddenly it's political. Exactly. And in particular, the Disney thing with regards to Star Wars and Avengers Endgame, right? In Star Wars, at the very end of the most recent one, they had a lesbian kiss in the background that could very easily have been cut out of the release in more homophobic nations, right? And then in Avengers Endgame, they had that little group therapy session led by Captain America. And one of the Russo brothers was playing a guy and he just says, "Oh, I went on a date with a man." And they could just very easily have recut that scene for, again, homophobic audiences, either cut that out or change the dialogue, you know? And that in itself is a political thing. Because over in the West, we're looking towards more, I guess, like, what's the word I'm looking for with regards to like being more accepting of gender and sexuality. So you cheated on the test meme here. And then they had gay stuff in Beauty and the Beast from 2 straight actors. Did they? Oh yeah, kind of. I still think the fact that they, again, Disney has a real problem with it's our first gay character in a Disney movie. How many first gay characters have they had in Disney movies now? Graham's idea of cultural hegemony is useful in this conversation, where how a common sense is carefully crafted by a society to reproduce desired behaviors touches on the idea the Overton window is trying to get at. Bingo, Zahn. Bingo. Nailed it. Look at the Kirk and Uhura kiss on Star Trek. That was a pretty big hullabaloo. It was indeed. Star Trek is always reflecting on modern society, so it needs to be there. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. The Roseanne lesbian kiss in the 90s got a lot less complaints letters than the network expected. We've slightly regressed in some ways. I think it's hard to say if we've regressed or if the bigots have just gotten louder. And unfortunately, if the bigots are getting louder, that does mean their platforms are getting bigger, generally speaking, which again is why we need to be so overt in a lot of ways. We need to make, like, this is the reason that Lil Nas X is embracing his sexuality in such a huge way, right? Because it's not him just going, I'm gay. It's him saying, fuck your heteronormative system. It's him saying, I know I'm gonna get flack for being loudly and proudly gay, and I'm gonna fucking do it anyway. And that's what's great about it. And in some cases, some people need to have their worldview shaken up. They need to get pissed off at it so that the discussion can be had and people's views can change. Another issue you have is the fact that mental health is also a factor. Our mental health goes down if we get too extremely fixated on one or two things. When we're diverse creatures that need a balance in our lives, politics gets negative very easily. If we're pushing everyone to fixate on it every day, aren't we actually hurting people? I think that's unavoidable, though. Disney has a cartoon with the main characters in a lesbian relationship. Which one's that? That's interesting. Rowan Ellis was okay, but not a fake beard. Yeah, unhinged lesbian hosts Disney's first gay character Olympics. That was a good one. I watched that one. That was good. Fuck Disney anyway, yes, but it's political the moment you walk in the doors at work, Masquerade. Disney, if I remember correctly, was fixated on one group of people, if you get what I'm saying. I actually don't. I'm not sure. Oh, the Owl House. I've heard that's good. I might give that a look. There's no political subtlety in Star Trek. They covered gender in the Next Generation and didn't have to bust the entire premise apart. Yeah, exactly. Doctor Who had a lesbian couple as an ally to the Doctor in 2013, 2017, I think. I recall that, yeah. The reaction follows progress. The Warriors always at the reaction will undo the progress, but we can't forget that progress occurred and we can take hope from that. Bingo. Yeah. The Jews. Yeah, I forgot about that. I tried to forget about that actively, actually. Look where we are now. Oh my goodness. This is a longer topic than I had anticipated getting into, but I mean, it works. Vastra and Jenny, Matt Smith and Peter Capaldi. Interesting. Yeah, I never got into Doctor Who. And I think the thing is we can have media that takes on all these themes and have media that makes people think about these things. But I think a lot of people don't realize that they're thinking about them and can still indulge in the media they love and can still have discussions about it and can still think about it in such a way that it's not taking away their enjoyment of the thing. You know, I think we can still enjoy I legitimately love certain media that's quite frankly designed to stress you out. I have a thing for horror movies. I come away from them having loved the experience despite the fact that I'm on the edge of my seat and my heart feels like it's going to burst out of my chest. You know? Like, in the same sense, you know, I have consumed media that is grim and dark and makes you think about things and it hurts you in a lot of ways, but you still come away from it with a sense of enjoyment and having an appreciation for having enjoyed that thing. by the same token, you can enjoy much more wholesome stuff and still come away from that wholesome stuff by acknowledging that it might pursue certain themes and might pursue certain ideas.
I see you.
Danny of the internet, welcome.
Welcome, friends.
How's it going? Hello, Raiders. Welcome into the Rogue Room. I am Abigail Beck, the host of the Rogue Room. That might come as a shock to some of you. I don't know. Are you new here? Hello. Oh, that's the wrong button. Hello, friends. Welcome in. How was your stream? It's a Danny raid. It is. It is a Danny raid. What did you get up to tonight? Tell us all about it. Horror movies apparently make people less stressed and scared in real life. Well, that's pog. I mean, there are some horror movies that did genuinely leave an impact on me, like the remake of... It wasn't Drag Me to Hell. There was it's another movie. Not Drag Me to Hell. I Spit on Your Grave was the one. That one set me off. I wouldn't watch that again. In the same sense that I wouldn't watch Boys Don't Cry again. You know? I saw it once. I know what it's about. I don't need to revisit it. You know? That's the main thing that I have a problem with. Antebellum affected you negatively. I'll have to give that one a look. There's one I want to watch, The Void, which has just come out, and I think it's got some body horror elements, which are all practical effects, which really speaks to me. Like, I love that kind of stuff. Playing some DBD, nicey spicy. You know what pisses me off about DBD? Here's a thing. Here's a rant. I don't even play the fucking game, but I'll do it anyway. I'll ramble. They have a Stranger Things crossover where you can get the Demogorgon, Nancy, and Steve. Is it Steve? I forget what. And because of licensing, soon you will no longer be able to use the map associated with those characters and the pack to buy the characters and the map. Oh no, I think the map's just a part of the game. But the pack to buy those characters is going to be no longer available. Fuck that shit. I hate service games. I hate them. I hate the temporary nature of service games. I hate them as a concept because of shit like this. It's one of the reasons I don't go back to MMOs. I really don't like MMOs because, like, I tried playing Guild Wars 2 a while back, and then I took a break from Guild Wars 2 and I went back to it and I'm like, why is the world so different? What happened? What changed? And it's like, oh, the world is shifting and changing. It's like, I want to experience the base game though. Why'd you take away... Anyway. Try to watch The Conjuring, but it seems so put on you just laugh at it as things are so scripted and predictable. It fucking annoys you as the premise is interesting. It is interesting. I think I've seen The Conjuring. Yeah, I think The English Ring is one of the only horror movies that really spooked you. Well, there you go. I have not seen The Ring. I have not seen The English. I haven't seen any of The Ring, but, you know. I heard they were doing a remake of that again. Or did they do another one already? I don't know. Let me see. Alex Kurtzman is another hack. He's ruined modern Trek because he's truly cringeworthy writer. He wrote Transformers, Revenge of the Fallen, Amazing Spider-Man 2, and the worst of all, the Tom Cruise Mummy. Okay, I already hate him, and I've only seen, I think, one of those. Oh, no, I didn't see Revenge of the Fallen, sorry. Somebody dragged me to watch one of the Transformers movies, and I grossly regret it. Hello, Leo. How's it going? How's it hanging? Yeah. I have intense regret for having ever watched any one of the Transformers movies. Ew. Gross. At any rate. Exorcist has made it to where you can't watch horror movies ever. Oh, really? You thought Bumblebee was an okay movie? I didn't check that one out. But yeah, I don't know. I think what makes Transformers so cynical for me personally is the fact that Transformers and many of those cartoons from the 1980s, there was a big boom in those kinds of cartoons that were basically just advertisements. Those shows were just ads to sell toys. So to reboot them feels incredibly gross. It's like, please don't bring this shit back. They were just literally designed to sell shit, and now, like, it's the same deal, and people just fall for it, and they're never any good, is the thing. Sorry, I just hate stuff. I'm a hipster cunt. Holy shit. Of the 7 Transformers movies, the 1986 animated one and Bumblebee are the only good ones. There you go. You thought She-Ra was really good. I mean, I want to watch the new She-Ra, because especially after that video by Thought Slime talking about the Quartering making a really horny tweet about She-Ra. I kind of want to watch it and encourage more of that kind of media, because it would piss off people like the Quartering to see more media that that focuses on, oh no, this character's not sexy enough despite being a woman. That'd be fucking hilarious. Bumblebee has a lot in common with Wally and E.T. Having a relationship to a ship. The Quivering, the Triggering. Actually quite enjoyed She-Ra and the Princesses of Power. It looks good. It looks quite nice. Yeah, oh, you mean the new She-Ra, okay. That face when Quartering pee-pee doesn't go hard. She-Ra, what about his Ra? Anyway. Oh, goodness me. It's always funny when they get so triggered. They get so triggered, and then they project it on other people. They get triggered by the idea of someone creating media that doesn't align with their particular viewpoints, that might represent, you know, things that they're not used to, that might, you know, it's literally a cartoon for kids, might push good morals and good ethics and good messages and all that kind of stuff. And then they get so worked up about it. What about They-Ra? I think one of the characters in the She-Ra Princesses of Power show is non-binary or something, I forget. Got some solid writing. Kind of wish they had gone a different direction with the villains towards the end. You're late. You apologize. You had to pee. Welcome back. Appreciated Jenny and Vastra for the fact they are a lesbian couple and it was a political statement for the showrunner, but felt like it was natural. They were just friends of the title character, and that way it wasn't done like, oh, they were trying to offend you. Oh, it's a speech. They were there and they fit. I mean, that's the thing, though. That happens in a lot of media. But no matter what you do, even if it feels natural, and this comes back around to the representation of Robin thing, how we talked the other night about, and if you missed this segment, it'll be up on my YouTube channel tomorrow, about Robin being bisexual in DC Comics, specifically Tim Drake. Is at what point do you consider it unorganic and unnatural? You know? At what point does the representation of, say, for example, queerness, to stay on this topic, at what point is it unnatural? At what point is it inorganic? You know? And I think there is a distinct difference between representing queerness in media and going up at an awards show and saying trans rights, for example. You know? There is a gender fluid character. That might be what I'm thinking of. And they use they pronouns. There you go. Did I know that the original Filmation He-Man and She-Ra were rotoscoped, and that's why the bodies and movement were a lot more realistic? I did not know that, but that's interesting. You know, the first video game I ever played was rotoscoped, Prince of Persia. I think it was the first video game I ever played. And that was like really mind-blowing, because I had seen other games when I was a kid, and I was like, they're all so rigid and robotic, and then I played Prince of Persia, and it's like, oh my god, this guy's moving like a real person? What is this shit? You know? Anyway. This is an interesting topic. We've been going on this for a good while now. Haven't even done a whole lot with regards to reading the news. Which, I mean, we didn't really need to read the news tonight. Prince of Persia was the first ever... Yeah, I think, yeah, it was. It was groundbreaking. Have I seen the GDC Retro talk about Prince of Persia? No, but that would be pretty good. Are we allowed to watch that on stream, perchance? Watched a making of it. It was really interesting. I want to get the book. Jordan Mechner published a book about the making of Prince of Persia, and I'd really like to pick that up at some point because it seems really interesting. I'd like to get his perspective on that. The thing that's interesting to me about Prince of Persia: Sands of Time is that he was on as an advisor or something or other on Prince of Persia: Sands of Time, and not the movie, the game. And then they went with Warrior Within for the sequel, and they made it really grim and edgy, and they added in heavy metal soundtracks, they added in blood and dismemberment, which, you know, to me, as a 14-year-old who was playing it for the first time, thought it was the sickest shit in the world, and I was like, fuck yeah, this is badass. But Jordan Mechner really didn't like that perspective shift from the first game to the second and then the third and so he disappeared from the project. He distanced himself from the project after that. which is kind of sad. It would have been interesting to see what his approach would have been if he decided to stick with the team. And if they had followed his particular vision for the character in the series. Going to look for a bit. Rightio, Izzy. Sounds good. Know about Everywhere at the End of Time? No, I do not, Adam. It's a really good video. Not sure why you wouldn't be able to watch it. It's just a talk. Let's have a look. Let's go on YouTube. Let's go on the YouTubes. Why do I do silly voices that make me sound mask? What is wrong with me? Mechner GDC. In this GDC 2011 talk, Jordan Mechner offers a post-mortem on the classic platform. Oh my god, it's 51 minutes long. Maybe not. That's a lot. That's a bit. That's 51 minutes and 45 seconds. I don't generally like to watch really long videos on stream because, quite honestly, I'm going to be upfront with this. I don't like watching stuff that goes on too long, or it feels like I'm just being a lazy creator. I don't want to be that person that just sits there watching a video. I'd prefer to watch something I can respond to, you know, which is why I like watching like reactionaries and responding to their bullshit, you know. But I'll watch that myself later. Oh no, Brooke TF, what's up? GDC Prince of Persia. Maybe there's a different talking. I doubt it, but you know. No, it's the same one. Alright. I'll give that a look later. Looked at the context and yeah, it's not fun. What's it about? Spoil it for me. Feel like I'm getting lay-trolled. Anyway. We want to stay up for videos, but you have to go to bed. Thank you so kindly for the raid, Danny. Have a good one. Have a bloody lovely one. I think we want to stick with the theme of fun tonight. Rather than unfun. You know. No, not Bob Dylan. That's not what I want to click on. I'm just looking at stuff at the moment. I wonder what's in gaming news. Hang on. Gonna play the band Fun then? I might as well. Ooh, there's a review of Recompile. A short-lived Metroidvania with a great story, but forgettable platforming, puzzles, and combat. That's disappointing. I wanted to play Recompile. It looks fucking cool. Anyway. It talks about how your senses eventually break down via dementia. Yeah, I'd rather not. I'd rather avoid that. Because, I mean, we talked climate change on... Was it Tuesday or Wednesday? I think it was Tuesday night. We did a big climate change thing and it broke me. I'd rather not have another mental breakdown as a result of reading about some really grim shit. Which is kind of like what we were talking about earlier. You know. Oh no. Person hospitalized after taking livestock ivermectin from feed store to treat COVID-19. Oh god. I just like glanced at the news subreddit, and this is the first thing I get. This is honestly just kind of Darwin Awards-y funny. Person got scammed by the far right. Let's have a look. At least one individual has been hospitalized in Mississippi after ingesting a drug intended for treating worms in livestock, the Mississippi State Department of Health revealed today. The medicine ivermectin is not approved for treating COVID-19. There are potential toxicities, so it's something, you know, as you know, I think some people are trying to use it as a preventative, which I think is really kind of crazy, so please don't do that. Mississippi State Health Officer Dr. Thomas Dobbs, not Hobbs, said during a discussion on Zoom today. MSDH later confirmed to the Mississippi Free Press reporter Nick Juden that the person was hospitalized in the state, but it is not clear whether or not the new patient was a resident. MSDH did not reveal when the incident happened or the patient's current condition. My chin is itchy. Literal brainworms medicine. If they've already got the brainworms that make them take the medicine in the first place, then it's too late. Where were we? Oh, we already did that one. Despite a lack of scientific evidence that ivermectin Despite a lack of scientific evidence that ivermectin is effective at treating COVID-19, it has become a popular go-to drug in some circles, especially among opponents of COVID-19 vaccines and public health measures like masking. It is a similar phenomenon to the push last year for COVID-19 patients to take hydroxychloroquine despite studies finding it ineffective against the virus. Why is there such a push for things that are not the treatment that has been proven to work? I need to ask this question and have it answered because I can't grasp this. Why is there such a push towards a medicine that is not proven to work versus the medicines that are proven to work? Like, they keep going on about, look, to do your own research, the studies, we got the science, but the science literally disproves all their points. I don't get it. Because people want to feel smarter than others? Dumb fucks. Anyway. Should watch the Trump video? Maybe. I don't know if I want this to be a react stream, honestly. I feel like tonight I don't want to do a react stream. I don't know. Not vibing with it. I mean, I like doing react streams, but I don't really feel like reacting tonight. Vosh covered this in hydroxychloroquine and found that research cases were being covered up as these drugs were killing the patients. Unshockingly, they want to have the secret knowledge. How can you be anti-vax and take weird, strong, and untested products? Right? Right? It's wackadoodle. It's wackadoodle. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there, Mia. They're contrarian on principle. They just, they look at what they... I mean, in this particular circumstance, it is bucking against the mainstream information, but there is rebuking the mainstream, and there's rebuking the mainstream in a way that is rebellious and is actually, worth doing, and there's this dumb fuckery. I don't know. Like, mate. Waiting for a new vaccine, Israel's testing for COVID. Okay. Seems there's also an element of grifters trying to sell these alternatives for profit. Oh, that always happens, yeah. With the amount of alternative medicine that I've seen over the years. I'm surprised I haven't yet seen a... I'm surprised I haven't seen a... There probably is one. A homeopathic treatment for COVID-19. I'm sure someone's done it. I just haven't heard anything about it. They can't mask, but they can take dangerous stuff. Exactly. Oh, goodness me. You stopped caring about COVID? I mean, I still want to get my vaccine. I'm still going to mask up even when I am vaccinated. What shocked me is that my mother actually said to me today, oh, you don't actually need to wear a mask when you're outside. I'm like, I don't fucking care. I'm going to do it anyway. I don't care if I'm going for a walk around the neighborhood and I see someone else not wearing a mask. I'm still wearing my fucking mask. Are you kidding? Fall on. What'd you say last? Hang on. I can do something. There we go. I can look up your message history. I can look at your message history. Conspiracy theorists who disbelieve authority. Well, yeah, generally speaking. Some of us don't hate wearing masks for extra safety. Like, I don't think my mother's an anti-masker, but she was just kind of like, you don't need to wear a mask. I'm like, I don't fucking care. I'm going to do it anyway. It's safer. Stickers around your place saying anti-vaxxers are critical thinkers because they trust their immune system over science. Pray tell, how do they think the immune system was discovered and the functions of it were discovered? I'm just curious what their thought process is there. I don't trust the science. I trust my immune system. Okay. Alright. There was one homeopath arrested for producing a vaccine for COVID and faking vaccine cards. Good, I'm glad they're arrested. Masks are aesthetic. Did I show you the mask I want to get? I think I did. I'm going to show you again anyway. I don't know if I did actually. But there's a fucking cute one that might go with my new outfit that I'm getting, and I'm going to order it. This one. Can I get a photo that's not just the sexy girl? Okay, whatever. We'll have the sexy girl in the shot too. Look at this fucking banger of a mask. It has chains and lace and ribbons and... Also, sadly, this top is not available. I got the version where the lace and the ribbons are white. But the whole outfit is needed. It's a banger outfit. I basically ordered this top, the arm warmers, but with the black and white, and the pants version of this in the black and white. If I get it tomorrow, I'll wear it on tomorrow's stream and I'll show it off. Got a cat face mask from Kmart. Perfect. Heck yes. Jim Bakker suit over fake coronavirus treatment NPL. Let's have a look. So, Missouri sues televangelist Jim Bakker for selling fake coronavirus cure. This was back in March of last year. Televangelist Jim Bakker held up a blue and silver bottle, gazing intently at the label as he questioned the woman sitting next to him. This influenza, it's not an influenza, that is now circling the globe, Bakker said on the February 12th broadcast of the Jim Bakker Show. You're saying that silver solution would be effective. His guest, the so-called natural health expert Cheryl Selman, her name is Selman, falsely implied that the liquid would likely be effective. The coronavirus impacting more than 120,000 people worldwide. Oh God. Oh God. Only 120k worldwide. Fuck me dead. Does not yet have a known treatment or cure. Well, let's say it hasn't been tested on this strain of the coronavirus, but it has been tested on other strains of the coronavirus and has been able to eliminate it within 12 hours, Selman said. Totally eliminate it, kills it, deactivates it. How exactly, though, is the important question. Because wasn't one of the reasons that Trump suggested you could inject bleach into your lungs? I hate the fact that that's a real thing that I'm referencing. Is the fact that bleach could kill coronavirus on surfaces. So it could kill coronavirus on surfaces. Right? Kills it in 20 minutes, folks. Tremendous medicine. Huge. Like, wasn't that... And it's just like, you just immediately assumed, oh yeah, we'll get some needles of bleach, inject that into people's lungs. Coronavirus is done. We did it, folks. Imbeciles. Silver solution. Capital S on the beginning of both words. Sorry. A gun can kill coronavirus. When are we going to start administering gunshots to people? Has been proven by the government that it has the ability to kill every pathogen it has ever been tested on, including SARS and HIV, Selman continued. 4 4-ounce bottles could be yours, a message said on screen, for just $80. Selling a fake treatment for the COVID-19 disease violates state and federal law. On Tuesday, the state of Missouri filed a lawsuit against Bakker and his production company to stop him from advertising or selling Silver Solution and related products as treatment for the coronavirus. And there's more to that, but, you know. XKCD. What do we got? What's this one? When you see a claim that a common drug or vitamin kills cancer cells in a petri dish, keep in mind so does a handgun. Yes. If you inject bleach into your lungs, you won't ever die from COVID. It won't just kill COVID, it'll kill the rest of your body. Yeah, guns technically kill every disease. Alright, we're at 10 o'clock. Oh, the alt text. We gotta do the alt text. Hang on. What does it say? Now, if it selectively kills cancer cells in a petri dish, you can be sure it's at least a great breakthrough for everyone suffering from petri dish cancer. Yeah, the good old you can't find me because I quit approach. Exactly. Alright, I'm gonna go take a leak and then we'll come back and we'll do some more discussion of whatever the fuck we're on about at the moment. We're on a roll. Anyway. Paw Patrol is on a roll. Paw Patrol, by the way, is authoritarian fascist propaganda. I'm running an ad break. I'll be back in just a moment. I think it is actually a timed alert thing, Madam Scoble. I just haven't set it up properly yet. And yeah, tags autism, because I'm a neurodivergent streamer. What's wrong with that? What's odd about that? Is there a problem? Is there a problem with me using the tag that says autism because I'm an autistic streamer and I want autistic people to realize they can come and relate to this stream? Because we do talk about autism a fair bit. Okay. Alright. Funny thing, all these people who are like, I trust my immune system, I'm healthy, eat like shit most of the time. I didn't even see that. Yeah, the alternative socials. And if you type !support, you will get access to these alternatives. I mean, I think this message is timed and does show up in chat pretty often by itself. So, you know, or you could do the mommy milkies. Mommy milkies. Oingy boingy boopies. Honka bonka doinky boinkies. Hyper goddamn motherfucking tits. Ooh ooh. Big milkies. Anyways. Don't usually talk about it, but you have autism too and you appreciate people being open about it. Yeah, it's good. Like, it helps people to relate to one another. The AUtism fan chat. It is. That's what it actually is. I still can't get over this thing. I just can't get over this. This is fucking hilarious to me. This is absolutely fucking hilarious to me. Alright? I lost my shit at this. And I gotta be careful with my media here that I don't accidentally go to a picture I posted on Twitter today. But this thing, I've seen real people doing real things that actually jeopardize my family, and a person that complains about hate speech, referring to me talking about the hate raids going on Twitch right now that keep happening, that legit has a clip calling someone autistic in the title. I am autistic. The title refers to me, you dunce. And he just literally, I don't think he even watched the clip because the clip has nothing to do with autism. This clip is just actually autistic. Oh, that's what happens. See this? This is the title of that Bloodborne stream. So when I press my clip button, if I press my clip button right now, that's just made a clip of the last 30 seconds or whatever, and it just automatically titles it based on what your stream is titled. So I titled my stream Actually Autistic Girl, cause guess the fuck what, cunt, I'm autistic. Like, and sometimes I want to make that known. And he took that for some reason. Oh no, we have 88 viewers. Fuck. He took that for some reason. This fucking guy took that as me degrading autistic people. Just by the virtue of having the word autistic in the title, he thought I was being ableist. He got banned from that streamer group. Because you want to know, like, the gist of the story. I won't give you all the details, but me and other streamers, yeah, 88 viewers. Oh no. I'm not a Nazi, I promise. Just because I'm wearing red, doesn't that make me a communist technically? Anyway. What was I going to say? Yeah, so the basic gist of the story is I think I posted a thread. Yeah, I posted a thread talking about the hate raids on Twitch on a bunch of streamer groups, and in this particular streamer group, the discourse devolved into absolute degeneracy because a trend I have specifically noticed, I'm doing my sociological imagination here, among the streamer community across Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, even Discord, is that if you're not getting hit with the hate raids, you don't believe they're happening. Like, there are so many people who just don't think they're happening at all. You know, they just imagine, they're just saying, oh, yeah, that's bullshit. Yeah, right. Just get over it. Just block and move on. Just ban them and move on. They don't realize what's actually happening. And I think we need more video evidence of it as it's unfolding, sort of thing. So that we can, you know, if someone has their moment of doubt, we can just link a clip and be like, look at this shit, you fucking pussy. Anyway, where was I going with this? So we were discussing it, and this guy comes in, and he starts just saying a whole bunch of kind of weird, irrelevant shit. I think at some point he mentioned his child is autistic, and he has faced, and he started bringing up issues relating to, like, oh, what about the equality facing men? And it's like, he just started bringing up irrelevant shit as some kind of way to debunk the hate raids. And the discussion eventually devolved to that point. Like, at no stage in the discussion did he have any valid points. He was just getting angry at the people who were actively trying to inform others, like, this is how the hate raids are happening, this is what's going on. And he was going out of his way to try to just make it all about him for some fucking reason. I don't know. It was really stupid. And eventually it got to that point where he insulted me for being ableist for a video stream and title that was relating to me. That was referring to me. Fucking morons, Jesus. Why are there so many dumb people? Anyway, over 300 accounts in a week on a stream with 6 viewers. Fucking hell. 88 viewers stays. Welcome back, Emmy. Me on Twitter, me Angie. I mean, that's the default stance on Twitter. Hello, darling. All glory to the Abbey Pyre. Blackish hair, white fur, and red clothes. Does Abby want to bring back the German? Fuck off. Oh my goodness. Hello. Just sit. Fuck him. Yeah, Twitter's goal is to make you angry. Should put all the dumb people on an island and call it America. Oh fuck. But yeah, like, I think the reason he got set off is because somebody made the point that the hate raids are specifically, they're not just happening to, say for example, people of color and trans people and queer people generally. However, the specific issue is that these hate raids are using hateful language towards minority groups. So the hate raids are happening in other people's chats, spamming hate messages in those other people's channels. So I've heard from like straight cishet white males, like literally one of the people in the comments commented that. He's just like, I'm a straight cishet white man, and I had one of these hate raids hit me as well. And he was like saying, yeah, they were spamming the N-word, and they were saying kill all N-words and all that. It's really disgusting shit. But yeah, like and yet the 23 centimeters, I think that's somehow related. I think that's related. I'm not quite sure what the deal is with that, but I just banned those accounts immediately. But yeah, like we talked about that, and like we specifically made the point of like these raids are targeting minority streamers, and you know, I think someone, not me, did say to him, you know, you're a straight cishet white man, you're not going to get it. Like, it's not going to affect you because you are the majority of the platform. You know, you're the majority of viewers, you're the majority of streamers, you are the status quo. This is not designed to target you, this is designed to target minority streamers. That's why you're not affected by this. And that's why your arguments against it are irrelevant to the discussion. And that's when he started going on about, oh, what about the sexism against men? What about the racism? Like, he actually made a post. Was it the same guy? I think it was the same guy. Hang on. I'm pretty sure it was either him or there was another exact same discussion, because this stuff never ends. Yeah, there was this one. I think this was actually a different person. So this guy, in response to, again, just debunking it, like, or trying to debunk it, just like, again, like the post you did, moderation of your stream is your job, get a bot and set your stream correctly. We can't really moderate this when they keep coming into our streams with new messages all the time. You know, every single one of the hate raids has been different messages. So I could block the original message that they spam in my chat. They'll come back with a different one, is the problem. So just because I block message number 1 doesn't mean message number 2 is going to be exactly the same. You can't just get rid of it like that. It doesn't work. And then he goes, I don't know if this is the same guy or a different guy. I'm not 100% on this. I think it might be the same guy, but I'm not sure. But it reads like it's the same guy. And in response to us saying you're a cis-het white man, so are the admins, because like this guy got the same kind of thing back. It's like, you're a straight cis-het white man. You're not going to get these hate raids. They're not meant to target you. So are the admins even active here? Hell, I'm seeing racism and sexism, anti-white racism and sexism against men. That's what he's getting at. Do better, people. He literally uses the phrasing "do better" in response to a thread about the hashtag #TwitchDoBetter thing. I've ran bigger pages than this. Oh yeah, sure you have, buddy. And still moderate for people who have 1 million plus followers. Who gives a fuck? I know it's a task, but damn, y'all have got to do better. There's no such thing as racism against whites or sexism against men. Fuck off. Anyway, there's just not. I'm sorry. You're a privileged little shit. Get over yourself. We don't need this. The man hospitalized about after ivermectin thing. It's just so stupid. It's so stupid. But anyway, that eventually, either that conversation or another conversation where it's like, it's just the same person with a different profile picture, and a different username, complaining about things that, you know, we're trying to have a discussion about the thing that's actually happening, and they're trying to redirect it to, well, actually, straight cis-het white men get harassed too. What about the divorce courts? When it's never relevant to the discussion. Like, please shut up. Will the real white man please shut up? Please shut up. Please shut up. Sorry, I'll stop. I should stop harping on this, but it's fucking ridiculous. Oh, it pisses me off because... Oh. Ugh. Anyway. You love me? I'm glad you do. I love you too. MRA types clearly have no idea of what feminism is. They think they do, but they haven't done more than 10-second Google search. Yeah. They think, like, this is the problem. People like that think that feminism is about feminine supremacy. It's about woman's supremacy. Feminism is a gender egalitarian movement. At its core, radical feminism does tend to lean in the vein of feminine supremacy. Don't get me wrong. I mean, unironic, I can't believe I made a video criticizing her about this before I came out, but Clementine Ford posted a tweet that was pretty rad femme back when COVID was relatively new that said the coronavirus isn't killing enough men. And I was like, unironically based. Anyway, that's an example of rad femme. Like, that's an example of a rad femme attitude. But feminism is supposed to be an egalitarian movement where we are trying to elevate everyone, regardless of their gender status, to the same level, so that there is an across-the-board level of equality, equity, whatever you want to call it. But unfortunately, like with any political ideology, which feminism is, there are going to be branches of it, and there are going to be extremely radical branches of it. So that is a real thing. That is a real problem. Radical femmes are the cancer of feminism. I still consider myself relatively radical, but I'm not ultra radical. A friend of mine once said, humans are violent, but women naturally seem to care more about what's important in life, and men are mostly the ones pushing the war and political rhetoric that separates us as humans. That does tend to be the case, generally speaking. There are so many strains of feminism in history and so many contradicting messages. I can see why people on the outside can be confused. That is the problem. Which is where this notion comes in, which a lot of feminists really hate, and I totally understand why. When specifically men say this, they don't say, I'm not a feminist, I'm an equalist. And that's the same attitude as was mentioned before. It's like they think that feminism is, again, a woman's supremacy movement. And the reason that they have that attitude is because a lot of representations of feminism do tend to be pretty radicalized. Basically, all lives matter. Yes, exactly. So yeah, feminism isn't about females, it's about equality and wanting to stand shoulder to shoulder with men as much as possible and actually care for each other, but it's much easier to rip strips off each other than it is to bring people together. Bingo. Yeah, I did that once to Jacinta, and she was like, oh god, why'd you say that? That was back before I came out. a while back. I was like, I don't consider myself a feminist. I consider myself an equalist. It's like that's literally what feminism is, though. Like the idea behind it is quite literally equality, egalitarianism. Wait. That's just been his experience around men. I mean, I've met plenty of collaborative, cooperative men, but you do tend to notice a lot of attitudes towards violence and, I mean, like the top dog mentality among males is pretty obvious in a broad sense. I have not watched Legend of Korra. I'm waiting until I've finished Last Airbender. Anyway, has a lot more to do with being in power more than gender. Just more men in power. Yeah, it's unequivocally a patriarchal society in which we live. Like whenever somebody goes, "Oh, we don't live in a patriarchy," it's like, okay, then why is it that the vast majority of people in power in society are men? Korra is bad politically? Oh, is it now? So glad when you were alone you didn't fall to the alt-right internet, instead you became based. Poggers. I nearly did. I've mentioned this before. I nearly did. There's a strawman communist group called the Equalists. Oh, I see. The radfems who are just plain misandrist are still reinforcing gender inequality and harming the movement overall. They're heavily overplayed and strawman by anti-feminist / MRA types. Yeah, it's exactly like the anti-SJWs with the SJW strawmanning. You know, oh, look at all these blue hair SJWs that don't shave their armpits that are ruining the media by putting lesbian kisses in Star Wars. Like, it's the same thing. Korra, enemies equal commies, kill them. Enemy equals anarchists, kill them. Oh, I see. Enemy equals fascists, reform them. Oh, I see. Yike. Bit of a yike. Let's have a look. I just want to have a look here. Okay. I know I shouldn't have this attitude. Can we look at Afghanistan next week? Sorry. Can we look at Afghanistan next week? Instead, I don't want to do it tonight. Last couple of nights have been chill. We want to do chill. Anyway. Equalists aren't exactly about labor exploitation, so it's hard to call them entirely communists. Oh, I see. A lot of the old school second wave radfems have either passed away or moved on. I feel a lot of the current ones are conservatives masquerading as feminists, which definitely seems to be the case. Especially when you factor TERFs into it. Can hear a motorbike. What was I going to say? Fuck. Another motorcycle went past. I've lost my train of thought. Let me go back. The second one. Yeah, the conservatives masquerading as feminist thing reminds me of TERFs in the sense that they consider themselves leftists, weirdly enough, but they're leaning so heavily into a fashy viewpoint of we need to get rid of these transes. You know? It's ridiculous. When you had a stint of homelessness, it was the same time you figured out you were bisexual, so you got into LGBTQIA+ internet. That's awesome. I'm sad to see you. Sad to hear you are homeless, though. That's not good. Dad check. What does that mean? I agree with your friend on some level. You once met a guy online from Canada. He was half white, half Chinese, but he was racist against half of himself because of the extremist father he had, and his mother and grandmother even hated themselves for not being white enough. Oh my god, that's awful. Strawman caricature of the left, not actually communist. Wish you could have driven into Canada and kidnapped / saved him. I mean, yeah, it doesn't sound like a very good situation for his mental health. Now I just want a Big Mac. Fuck, I gotta stop eating so much. I'm gonna really try to get my diet on point tomorrow. I ate too much today. I'm eating disordering again. Anyway. It's what typical Westerners think communists are. Exactly. That's kind of the problem. What's hilarious to me is the amount of tweets that I see, and yeah, I know, tweets, it's tweets, that specifically call out traits of capitalism and say, this is what it's going to be like under communism, and it's like it's literally like that under capitalism now. They're set up as foils to exploitative criminal organizations like the Triple Threat Triad. I see. The rhetoric focuses on bending as inequality, but yeah, Western media doesn't tend to give people the background in labor theory, sure. Yeah. Sadly. Because, yeah, what I've seen of Last Airbender so far has got a lot of good messages in it. which, you know, so it kind of sucks in a way that if Cora's messaging is not really... I mean, what you're telling me brings me back around to Bioshock Infinite again. It seems like it's trying to portray certain groups as, like, just as bad as each other based on their politics. It's that centrist-y take. It's like, oh, at least, you know, the communists are bad and the fascists are bad and the socialists are all as bad as each other when they get too extreme. And it's like, you're missing the point, though. You know? Fascism is inherently evil by design. It's inherently oppressive by design. Communism and socialism are not. It's the powers that be that twist those ideologies into something evil. But fascism itself is explicitly evil. Anyway. It's even worse than being centrist. The fascists are portrayed as sympathetic. Yeah, fuck entirely that. Fatigue just kicked in and you got to be up early so you can get an ECG halter put on you for a week. Have fun with that. Oh my goodness, Madam Scoville. Have a good rest. Get some rest. Wait, what? Oh no. This is not a joke article. This is not a joke article. You can't fund the titties. I appreciate that, Olivia. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for thinking of it. While you were so focused on how communism would do, capitalism has stolen your rights, your livelihood, education, and left you with ignorance, hatred, and guns. Exactly. Centrelink asks mother if her 2-year-old has a driver's license. What? Diane walked into Centrelink to apply for support for her 2-year-old. She provided her son's birth certificate and her own marriage, but it wasn't enough for the bureaucrats. They wondered if the toddler had a driver's license. And the identification requests got even more ridiculous from there. A befuddled David Bevan has several questions for Diane. Let's have a look.
David Bevan on 891am, digital radio and the ABC Listen
There's
app.
no video.
Diane has called. Diane, you want to take us back to our discussion about kids who have disabilities. Their mum and dad, they get a support pension, but when the child turns 16, it's cut out, often leaving the family in some sort of bureaucratic nightmare.
David Bevan.
Called. Diane, you want to take us back to our discussion
I was just trying to turn the volume
about
up.
kids who have disabilities. Their mum and dad, they get a support pension, but when the child turns 16, it's cut out, often leaving the family in some sort of bureaucratic nightmare. Diane, what's your experience?
Oh, g'day. This is going back to 2006 when our son was 2 years of age. His behaviour by the time he was 2 was completely and absolutely outrageous. I could not take him into any sort of a public place like a shopping centre because he would just run amok. He would tear things off shelves. He would just be outrageous. And I became that mother, that woman. And people would actually point at me and tell me, sweetheart, you just need to give him a good hiding. And I'd say to him, mate, if I thought giving him a good hiding would work, I would beat him to death, but it doesn't work.
God.
His behaviour is just like this. And apparently it was because I was a bad mother. But anyways, one day I had to go down to Centrelink and it was something to do with family benefit or whatever. And so, because I couldn't take him
Yeah, that was a bit of a yikes moment. Like, what the fuck?
down there, and it was to do with him, I got my mum-in-law to look after him. So I get down there, and the woman I was talking to, she goes,
Yeah, I'd beat him to death. Just a casual way to talk about your kid. I'd kick the living shit out of him until he bleeds out. Yeah, it was meant as a joke, but like there are certain statutes of limitations on this, Diane. Anyway, moving on.
you need to have 100 points. And I just brought in his birth certificate, because he's 2, and our marriage certificate. And I said, well, there
That's
it
about
is.
it.
There's his, that's it. And she said, well, you don't understand. We need to have 100 points.
I'm sorry,
And I
Diane,
said-
just to back up again, why did you have to establish the identity of your child?
I'm buggered if I know. It's Centrelink. This is
Centrelink is, by the way, one of the stupidest systems in the world. If you're not in Australia, Centrelink is not enviable by any stretch of the imagination. Birth certificate equals 100 points of ID. Well, there we go. Pretty much what autism-related treatment were a few decades ago.
what they do.
Okay, so this was to get benefits through Centrelink to help you look
It was
after
something
your
to do with,
child.
something to do with family payment, or I don't know. I can't even remember now what it was all about.
You got a 2-year-old, you got the birth certificate, you can prove that you are the parents, and we need more.
Yes, at 2 years of age. So I looked at her and I said, I don't, what do you mean? And she said, well, has he got a driver's licence? Fair dinkum. This is true. Fair dinkum. And I said, he's 2. He's 2 years of age. She said, well, you don't understand. We need to have 100 points. And I said, well, what else can I do? She said, does he have a passport? And I said, no, he doesn't have a passport. He's 2.
Doesn't do a lot of travelling.
And I can't remember what the third thing was that she wanted.
Has he served in the military? Does he?
Well, something along those lines. And I said, look, no, that's right. It was a bank account. Did he have a bank account?
Right.
No, he didn't have a bank account. And she said, well, how are we going to prove that he exists? Because we need to have these 100 points. And because his behaviour was so outrageous, I said to her, right, well, if you would like me to bring him down here, he will prove to everybody and sundry that he exists.
He exists.
He will be, oh, bloody oath he does. He will be climbing the curtains, he'll be swinging from the light fittings, he'll be knocking the old people over, he'll be tipping chairs over. And if you really want me to bring him down here to prove he exists, you can experience what I experienced. And the supervisor stepped in at that point in time and she just went, I don't think that would really be necessary. I think on this particular occasion we'll just accept the birth certificate and the parents' marriage licence.
Oh my God, what? What in the fucking world? That was ridiculous. How are we going to prove he exists? Holds up kid. Here, look at it. Look, I churned this thing out of my vagina. Do you want the video? For goodness sake. Oh my God. Systemic problem with Centrelink. It is. This kind of bureaucratic shit is why it sucks so incredibly bad to be a stateless person. Oh yeah. I mean, I wouldn't know. How about some satire to cheer us up? I mean, we're not really in a bad mood, but I feel like reading some Chaser. You're gonna make some popcorn. Sounds good. Dictator Dan launches ground invasion of New South Wales to bring COVID cases under control. Dictator and part-time staircase enthusiast Daniel Andrews has today deployed the Victorian Red Army across the New South Wales border in a brutal attempt to destroy their Gold Star COVID response. We simply can't allow New South Wales to keep beating our COVID numbers like this, announced a furious Dan from his evil headquarters today. It is now up to us to crush their infection rate, prepare for invasion, you cocaine-snorting banking fan club. Hey, listen! That's my chest. I will not have you bad-mouthing cocaine like this. Anyway, the Andrews government has already implemented the first stages of a Victorian takeover, deploying guerrilla coffee makers to set up underground operations in Sydney's laneways in preparation for a full ground invasion, stopping briefly in a country town to sample their organic produce before moving on to Sydney, where they will implement a brutal 2-week full lockdown followed by months of brutal crushing freedom. You know, there is an exclamation mark quote function. You can add anything ridiculous and funny that I say as a quote if you want to. I won't stop you. I will literally not stop you. Oh, goodness me. That was good. Can Dictator Dan please? Can he please just... We need a full-scale ground invasion of New South Wales. Both sides get beat by emus. We're going back to Afghanistan. Oh no. Please don't tell me that. Oh my goodness. This is actually interesting. Not too doomerish, but not surprising. I mean... Unemployment rate dropped early in lockdown as people gave up looking for work, data reveals. Australia's official unemployment rate dropped early on in the latest round of lockdowns as the number of people looking for work fell. I mean, this is the thing, right? I've been looking for work, but once we're in lockdown, both times, I've just been like, what's the fucking point? Nothing's open. Who's hiring when, honestly, most places can't afford to hire in the first place? This is unsurprising. This doesn't shock me. The unemployment rate dipped from 4.9% in June to 4.6% in July, even though only 2,200 extra people were employed. So hang on. Let me look at this. Unemployment, yeah. Unemployment metrics, they are meaningless. They really are. This is the lowest seasonally adjusted unemployment rate since December 2008, when the nation was feeling the economic effects of the global financial crisis after a massive mining boom. The main reason unemployment fell, according to the Bureau of Statistics, was that many people gave up looking for work during lockdowns, with the participation rate dropping 0.2 percentage points to 66%. The survey was taken in early to mid-July, capturing the initial effects of Sydney's current lockdown, but not in Melbourne's latest one. The labour market changes in New South Wales between June and July had a large influence on the national figures, said ABS's Bjorn Jarvis. There were big falls in the New South Wales in both employment, 36,000, and unemployment, 27,000, with the labour force reducing by around 64,000 people. In addition, hours worked in New South Wales fell by 7.0%. Why did they not just say 7%? Why did they put 7.0%? Just put 7%, you dunce. Anyway. These changes offset increases in employment and hours in Victoria. Sydney's ailment will worsen and spread. Gee, you don't fucking say. But Sydney's problems will start showing up next month's data for Victoria too. As a sales and event planner for a Melbourne catering company, Gabe Dyson is worried about the long-term effects of being stood down for the 6th time. The more lockdowns you're going through, the less money, the less revenue coming in, she said. I could lose my job because of that. The 28-year-old has been with her company for a little more than 2 years and is currently supported by the government's disaster payment. The money helps her manage the basics but does not make up for the full-time hours she normally works. It's better than nothing, but yeah, it's not the same as what I would normally be earning. Equally, Ms. Dyson does not see much point in searching for other work while the city is in lockdown. You wonder if you should be looking for a job, but at the same time, are there any jobs out there? That's the main takeaway for me. Sarah Hunter from BIS Oxford Economics said the July figures were a portent of a big rise in unemployment to come in next month's data, especially in Sydney. It's a sign of what's to come in the August data. Employment in New South Wales fell by 36,000, the underemployment rate spiked to 9.3%, and the participation rate also fell 1% to 64.9%, she observed. The reason the unemployment rate is always around 5% is to control inflation, which is true, yeah, and it's to make sure there is a ground of 300,000 people, so employers always have a group of people they can pull from. It's why governments across the board never want 100% employment, because people would ask for better conditions, exactly. Precision indicator 7.0 is everything between 6.95 and 7.05. Oh, okay, I see. Thank you for that. And yeah, it's harder to make the jump from unemployment during the COVID situation. It is. I feel like they purposefully botched the retreat from Afghanistan to justify staying there indefinitely. No, it sounds conspiratorial, but regardless of the intent, it has that effect. Also, you feel like it happened far too quickly, considering it was such a big debate for the last years, and suddenly they can do it no problem. They stopped going from think of the women and children and started going think of all the lithium. Yeah. The structure of the COVID disaster payments means that all of these trends will be even more pronounced in the August data. Anyone claiming the payment who has not worked at all will be counted as unemployed and likely not in the labour force, as they will not be actively looking for work, while workers who have had their hours cut will be classed as underemployed. If you can't look for work, you're not unemployed. What? Okay, we'll come back to that. Adjusting for participation in 0 hours working, noting its original data, you can argue the effective unemployment rate is closer to 6% than 4.6%. The number of people on 0 hours from being stood down is 181,500, up from 156,500 and 58,200 in June and May, respectively. There we go. Callum Pickering, a former Reserve Bank economist who now works with jobs website Indeed, explained how the numbers work. In order to be considered unemployed in Australia, you need to be actively searching for work and also available to begin work, he noted. That is obviously difficult in Sydney right now, which means that many people who would love to work and would normally be available to start simply cannot due to lockdown. These people aren't being included as unemployed, and that's basically why the unemployment rate hasn't jumped. All hail your popcorn queen, heck yes. That is one reason why economists are focused on hours worked, which fell 0.2% nationally last month, but slumped 7% in New South Wales. Melbourne and the ACT's lockdowns mean that figure is likely to keep dropping. Gus Trajakis is grateful to be receiving the federal government's $750 COVID-19 disaster payment while he is stood down from his bar job in Melbourne and working 0 hours. Before COVID, the 23-year-old recent university graduate said he used to work 30 to 35 hours a week in between his studies, but even when lockdown has ended, he has not been able to get that many hours again. Hours are a little bit hard to come by, so generally I've been working kind of about 20 to 25 hours a week, he told the business. Mr. Georgiakis graduated with a Bachelor of Science a few months ago, and he is keen to gain permanent employment in his field of expertise, but that is proving difficult as well. I would hope those people still qualify for benefits while they're actively prevented from looking for work. I mean, yeah, it's not their fault. It's kind of the problem, isn't it? Graduate roles are quite tricky to come by at the moment, and the hospitality industry has been so fantastic to me that I've kind of just decided to stick it out in the industry for a little bit. I'm hoping that there may be a few more graduate roles kind of in that summer internship sort of period. They don't talk about the people who stopped looking for work, who have no jobs. Well, yeah. I mean, technically, I don't have jobs. I don't have Steve Jobs. Don't have any jobs. But you could argue this counts as some form of income. You know, given that I do make money off Twitch, this is pretty much my job at this point. You know. Good night, Skylar. Have a good one. Active/inactive population are totally an artificial distinction that's not even going into the can of worms like part-time, 0-hour contracts, freelance, etc. No burnt ones. Oh, well done. American soldiers overseas will have to face IEDs so that American consumers back home can have their Tesla cars turn into IEDs. The fuck? I would hope these people... Oh, yeah, we mentioned that. Where were we? Can they bring back the COVID supplement so I don't have to live off of $89 Aldi popcorn? Only half joking. I can't... I wish I had no compulsion to eat so much all the time. I'm in the very precarious and fortunate position to have a stocked cupboard, stocked pantry and fridge. And what that results in is me eating more food than I want to. I know this sounds bad, but I just kind of want to... I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm dealing with shit, dude. I gotta stop saying dude. Dietary stuff. Anyway. Good night. Oops, shouting. Oh, goodness. Is there anything else going on in Australia? Peter Dutton suggests some former Afghan guards and interpreters could pose security risk to Australia. It's a job, no doubt. Is it a good job? Don't have first experience to know. I mean, it's not a bad job. I make a reasonable amount of money doing this. It's not paying the bills. But I do make a reasonable... It did buy me a new outfit, though. But, you know, it's one of those things where it's like I make enough money doing this where I'm like, it is effectively a form of income. Even if it's not putting me up in a nice house and all that kind of thing. But I look at it and I think I'm probably making more than quite a few people who are working regular jobs in like casual roles or 0-hour contracts and freelance, like was mentioned earlier. You know, there are certain people who are legitimately struggling week to week to just pay for food and pay for rent. You know, I have a lot of privilege in that regard. But I can't talk about specific numbers. But this is definitely not paying the bills. They, unemployed, fulfill an important role. It's just that the libs have made this a centerpiece of their ideology, so when they run constant deficits, they can point to the unemployed as dole bludgers. Better to have someone to blame than a fictional person and group. And that's like really indicative of the whole system in which we live, isn't it? The whole threat of either homelessness or underemployment, unemployment, the risks that come associated with that, the threat of poverty, you know, that's there on purpose, and they need to keep that marginalized group of underprivileged people, so that they can point to them and go, do you want to end up like that? Get a real job. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps, get a real job, or you're going to end up on the streets, sleeping outside of Commonwealth Bank, yearning for money, hoping the ATM breaks. Can we talk about how much of a scam the slave labor they call work for the dole is? We could, but I don't have a lot of experience with it, so I know it's a big grift. You have to apply for a certain number of jobs per week in order to qualify for the dole. Don't stop making the fucking pull yourself up joke. I know that. Anyway, what were we going to say? Yeah, like, the main thing that I know about the dole, the main thing I know about, you know, the dole bludgers, is that, and only because I've had friends who've been on the dole and have had to do this, is that in order to qualify for your payments, you need to submit at least like 10 applications for work per week or something like that, or 12, I don't know, and you have to provide proof of it in order to get your Centrelink payments, so in order to get your benefit payments. Yeah, I haven't had that specific experience. Good morning, Ace Space Rooster. How you going? By the way, you're welcome. Hog. Australia has lithium reserves that amount to the second largest in the world and is many, many more times more than that in Afghanistan, so the US may invade Australia. Oh, based. That's what... Based. Cool. Swell and dandy. Awesome. And here I am worried that the UK is going to export its turfism to Australia and we're going to have to deal with radical turfs. Please no. Please stop. Why is Sisyphus trending on Twitter? What? Why the fuck is everyone making the same joke? Okay. Sisyphus. Hang on. Sisyphus was the, you know, the guy with the boulder? The guy with the rock? The founder and king of Ephyra, now known as Corinth, he was punished for cheating death twice by being forced to roll an immense boulder uphill, only for it to roll down every time it neared the top, repeating this action for eternity. So people are making a lot of jokes about Sisyphus for some reason, I don't know. And now the Sisyphus trending thing has been replaced with hashtag Free Australia. Oh no. Fuck. Not this fucking moron. Not this entire cockhead. Who, if I recall correctly, his pinned tweet... Oh, no. Okay, it's an album thing. For a while, his pinned tweet was him doing a deadlift. He's going, I break the women's deadlift world record because I identified as a woman. A dickhead. A dickhead. Red name? Oh, yeah. Must be based. So I'm assuming Free Australia. Facts. Quarantine is for the sick. Lockdown is for the prisoners. You are not a sick prisoner. You are healthy and free. Thank you. Yeah, quarantine is absolutely not for the sick. What is this bullshit? Oh, goodness me. The only reason that we should be freeing Australia, you know, is by doing everything we can to wipe out Delta and, you know, lock everything down until there's no more cases, like New Zealand did. That's what we need to be doing. We don't need Zuby's input. Zuby can fuck off. Zuby's a dickhead. Yeah, get your vaccine and stop bitching. You put yourself in this state. Nobody's fault but your own in the New South Wales. Well, I mean, it's ScoMo and Gladys's fault, you know. For God's sake. Let us go. We are not your people. We don't want you. We've had enough. The world is even seeing this and getting Free Australia going. Enough is enough. How do we get you removed? Fuck's sake, dude. There's a reason there's lockdowns, you morons. Do have a lot of experience with work for the doll if you want to talk about it. Maybe. If you're going to start a dick measuring with a woman, you must have the world's cruelest handicap. Alucard Helsing abridged. Was watching a series of unfortunate events and they mentioned needing to go to quarantine and being in lockdown and did a double take. I mean, this stuff isn't new. Smash the colonial institutions that continue to harm, oppress, and genocide the Aboriginal populations of Australia. Bingo. General thoughts on the trans sports topic. Type !trans in chat. And you'll see my thoughts. Anyway. Not trans, !sports, sorry. Type !trans in chat if you want to look like an idiot. Got him. These people talking about freedom a lot. They must be influenced by Republicans, probably. We've gotten into stuff that I've already looked at. Anyway, I don't think I'm 100% there tonight. I think I'm pretty tired. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm fucked up on drugs today, but they're not like fun drugs. They're like painkiller drugs. So as a result, I'm not 100% of the, my brain not work. Brain do not do well working at the moment. Brain is doing a dumb. How is the situation affecting the Aboriginal people? Let's look that up, actually. I'm pretty sure it's affecting them pretty badly. And as you would expect, Aboriginal communities are not getting as much. I don't think they're getting as much vaccine access as the rest of the dickheads. Let's have a gander. Anyway, let's see. How are they going for vaccines? So all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people aged 12 and over are able to access a COVID-19 vaccine. How are COVID cases for Indigenous people? In Walgett and Wilcannia, New South Wales government didn't care to lock down the state until it started affecting regional seats in Australia. It's purely a political decision. Of course it was. Antipodian Squid, who is Aboriginal, talked about COVID and the struggles of it in Aboriginal communities. That's good. Is there a video or was it a stream? Because I would like to get this from, someone who has experience with it, someone who can actually speak to it from the perspective of somebody. I really don't want to talk on race as someone who is not of that race. If that makes sense, I don't want to talk over people. Which just so happen to have high proportions of Aboriginal populations, unshockingly. But yeah, I don't seem to be able to find any specific news. Aboriginal communities on... This is Voice of America. I don't know what Voice of America is. COVID vaccination rates for Indigenous Australians behind in every state except Victoria. Yeah, there's a website called Voice of America that's got an article that says Aboriginal communities on alert as COVID-19 spreads in outback Australia. Australia's Delta variant outbreak is spreading an outbreak in outback areas, where the vast majority of new infections are among Aboriginal people. We generally say Indigenous people these days. In Western New South Wales, 60% of cases are in Indigenous communities, where vaccination rates are low and vaccine hesitancy is high. There are COVID-19 health campaigns in various Australian Aboriginal languages, but in Western New South Wales state, fewer than 10% of First Nation people are fully vaccinated, well below the national average. Do we have any reason to doubt this information? Are there sources? I'd like sources if you got them. This was the only article I could find, and it's from Voice of America. What? What does that mean? I have no reason to doubt it, is the thing, but it's I'd like to see some local sources. Anyway, health officials have said that the vaccine hesitancy has been promoted by misinformation online and concerns about possible side effects of the AstraZeneca drug. Check Discord DMs, I will in a sec. Indigenous elder Frank Doolan told the Australian Broadcasting Corporation that he has watched as the virus has spread through Dubbo, New South Wales city, 400 kilometres northwest of Sydney. Can't even contemplate catching COVID, really. I kind of think that if that happens in that regard, then I'm dead. First Nations was a specific subset of Indigenous Canadians. It's broadly used to refer to Indigenous people. Community's fears about the spread of the virus are shared by Dubbo Mayor Stephen Lawrence. We always knew that our Aboriginal community was going to be especially vulnerable to COVID-19 and especially hard to reach in terms of vaccination, and look, that has certainly turned out to be the case. The Australian government says Indigenous people in remote areas remain a priority for vaccines, and that the military will be deployed to help in the inoculation program. That's kind of a terrifying thing to read. The military will be involved. I get it, but I think it's from the 14th of August. Oh yeah, I wasn't even thinking about that. Okay. What about this one? COVID. This is from 17th of August. Anyway. Okay. Let's have a look at what you've sent me. Entire state in lockdown as Premier warns this is literally a war. And they've got a great little image of Gladys Berejiklian taking her mask off. That's symbolic, isn't it? Anyway, can't find an easy vid from Squid, but they're doing coverage of LZ News again, so you do recommend following Antipodian Squid to catch their stream. Sounds good. I think I'm following them. Let me have a look. Am I following them? Give me a sec. Pretty sure? No, I'm not. What the heck? Okay, I was certain, but anyway. Anyway. Australian Medical Association says New South Wales health system can no longer manage after record Delta case numbers. New South Wales has been forced into a snap statewide lockdown after enduring its worst day of COVID-19 pandemic so far, with 466 new cases and 4 deaths. Australia's most populous state has tightened restrictions and imposed new $5,000 fines for lockdown breaches ahead of an expected worsening of numbers in coming days. The statewide lockdown will last at least 7 days from 5 p.m. Saturday, with New South Wales Police Commissioner Mick Fuller saying the new penalties are some of the biggest fines I've ever seen. The New South Wales Premier Gladys Berejiklian announced an additional 500 Australian Defence Force personnel would be deployed on top of 300 already in New South Wales. The death toll from the current outbreak is now 40. Nearly 400 people are in hospital with the virus, 64 of those in intensive care and 29 on ventilators. There have been nearly 12,000 cases in New South Wales since this outbreak began at the end of June. Increasingly, the Delta outbreak is putting younger patients in intensive care. Of those currently in ICU, 4 are in their 20s, 6 in their 30s, and 7 in their 40s. Berejiklian said the situation in New South Wales was dire and warned the state faced months of lockdown while low vaccination rates, currently about 26% of adults have had 2 doses, are lifted to close to 70%. This is literally a war, and we know it has been a war for some time, but never to this extent, she said. The Delta strain is diabolical. Even when you throw everything at it, cases are still emerging. September and October will be difficult. At the end of October, we will have 70% double doses of vaccine, and by mid-November, we will have 2 doses of the vaccine administered to 80% of adults. Excuse me. From midnight Sunday, police have been given powers to issue $5,000 on-the-spot fines for anyone breaching self-isolation orders, with identical penalties for lying to obtain a travel permit or lying to a contact tracer. People can be fined $3,000 for exercising in groups larger than 2 or for breaching rules around trying to enter regional New South Wales. The current Delta outbreak, which began in the beachside suburb of Bondi, has spread steadily west across Sydney, escalating dramatically across the past week. Authorities are trying to contain it to the greater Sydney basin by restricting movement outside of the capital, in particular Sydney families travelling to the regions for the holidays. The movement, particularly in Greater Sydney, was way too high in terms of what we were trying to achieve to get New South Wales health ahead of the Delta variant. ACAB, fuck cops. In this case, we kind of need their help, though. I mean, it might help us to have the cops on our side right now. Enemy of my enemy, and in this case, Delta variant is my enemy. You have a 5-kilometre limit from your house in Greater Metropolitan Sydney. We will be enforcing that. The president of the New South Wales branch of the Australian Medical Association said the statewide lockdown was needed because the state's health system can no longer manage the alarming increase in case numbers, and the piecemeal approach isn't working. Signed cop at birth. You're back with another sippy. What do you got? What are you drinking? I just got water. I'm not on the alcohol tonight. I was really tempted to grab a 6-pack of CC Dries, and I might do that tomorrow. And just, like, scull them all on stream. Still ACAB calls 5k fine true. Which I cannot afford. Asahi. Oh, okay. Doctors from across New South Wales are exhausted and concerned for their community, the AMA's New South Wales president, Dr. Danielle McMullen, said. Our already fragile rural and regional health system will be unable to cope with increases in cases. Sorry, I'm being dumb. Outside of Sydney, there is acute concern for the worsening outbreak in the communities of Dubbo and Walgett, where local health services are racing to increase vaccinations and testing. The region, with a significant Aboriginal population identified as a priority group for vaccination 18 months ago, now has a total of 42 cases. Copium. We all need a little bit of copium right now, honestly. Chief Executive of the Western New South Wales Local Health District, Scott McLaughlin, said the vast majority of the new cases were Aboriginal people, including children. Vaccination rates among the region's Indigenous community is barely half that of the general population. Less than 20% of the Aboriginal population aged 16 and over in Western New South Wales had received 1 dose of the vaccine, and only 8% were fully vaccinated, said Nacho. Fuck it all is a good one. I just want some regular opium. Not even copium, just give me some regular opium. The peak body for the nation's Aboriginal medical services. Am I allowed to make so many jokes about, like, illegal drugs? I'm not taking any of them. I keep making references to them, though. I want to do a few rails before I start stream. Anyway. More broadly across the region, 37% of all people have had at least 1 dose, and 16% of all people are fully vaccinated. Australia had previously had an enviable record by global standards in suppressing coronavirus, but not with regards to climate change, levering geographic isolation and hard border lockdowns to keep infection rates comparatively low. I need morphine too. Give me something. I don't know. But it is now struggling to contain Delta outbreaks because of low vaccination rates and repeated leaks from hotel quarantine. Just a quarter of Australians over 16 have had 2 doses of COVID-19 vaccine. Hesitancy around the AstraZeneca vaccine in particular has suppressed demand. I was hesitant. I've now just said, fuck it, let's get AstraZeneca. So there is supposedly no increased risk of blood clots due to the fact that my HRT already has the increased risk of blood clots, and getting the AZ, it doesn't like stack. The risk doesn't increase because of that. The Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, has urged Australians to do the right thing by each other. We've got to do the right thing by our neighbours, communities, our city, our country. He said you can do that by following the rules, staying at home, getting vaccinated, and getting tested. At least he's saying the right shit here for once. Berejiklian conceded there had been errors in government responses, but said no government had reacted unimpeachably to the shifting crises of coronavirus outbreaks. There is no perfect path forward, she said. We are going to make more mistakes, of course we are. We will frustrate people, but it's a journey we take together. I feel it every day, and I want to assure people that I feel what we are imposing on our citizens, and I feel the fear just like everybody else. There we go. Getting the Pfizer. Which means being a male between the ages of 18 and 35 carries a risk of the muscles around the heart hardening, which are minuscule. And there we go. Hopefully it's not too rough. You know, hopefully it doesn't hit you like a ton of bricks or something. Anyways, there was that. There's copium. Copium, the chant, I've got the chat open on my dashboard over here as well as a separate window. Why is the music audio so loud? Let me turn that down a bit. It's way too loud, way too loud. Anyway, if I suddenly stop spamming Discord, you'll know why. Oh no. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to die. It's not allowed. Anyway. There's this meme, please shut up, of me. Oh, anywho. I'm pretty tired. What else we got on the agenda? Fuck me, Dad. Oh, what's everyone up to at the moment? What's happening? What's the news, folks? What's going on? Are you vibing? Are you treating each other nice in there? I hope you're all doing okay. Good evening. Speaking of, speak of the devil, how you doing, Squid? What's happening? Ah, my hair is stuck in my mouth right now. Why is my hair stuck in my mouth right now? Ow. Oh, Jesus. I did do a follow. I thought I was already following you. Ah, this stupid pain in my tricep is killing me. Happy to see the left parties pushing ahead in your elections. Norwegian C2. Likely both red and socialist left will pass the 4% threshold to participate in national levelling seats. Fingers crossed. What's happening? Drinking good. I want to be drinking. I've got mead. I've got mead in the fridge. Do I get mead? Now none of you have an excuse not to follow Antipodian Squid. There we go. We were just talking about like... sorry, I'm going to undo my jacket again because it's a bit warm now. Oh, you have a bit of news about the game you're working on, Pog. Tell us about it. We were just having a bit of a discussion around like how vaccination rates are in the Indigenous community in Australia. We wanted to know how that was going. That feels like a point of particular concern, you know. But I don't know. I don't have all the information. You mad about it? I would be too. It definitely seems like it's not doing tremendously well. Ah, no, not Afghanistan news. We're not clicking on Afghanistan news. We're not doing that. We're avoiding that. We already looked at the Moderna thing, didn't we? Set to start human trials of experimental mRNA HIV vaccine. Could start phase 1 of its mRNA HIV vaccine trial as early as this week. Got contacted by a company that makes custom home arcade cabinets and they want to put your game on it. That's awesome. Heck yes. Excuse me. Just remember, First Nations people were supposed to be one of the first groups to get vaccinated. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's part of the reason why I'm a little bit peeved. Sentinel Island no COVID report. God, if COVID got to Sentinel Island, though, Sentinel Island would cease to exist. Good night, Emmy. Have a good one. Yawn sealed it. Oh, have a good one. Unvaccinated NYPD officers must wear face masks or face discipline. I wasn't planning on this turning into a COVID stream, but we're here now. The first 2 hours of the stream were all about media interpretation and representation and such. Anyway, which is always a fun discussion to have. Regional communities in New South Wales had their vaccines moved to Sydney because the need was greater, but Indigenous communities are primarily regional and now have cases, and they're smaller communities in close quarters and often overcrowded. Yeah. Does not sound good. Does not sound good. COVID versus Arrow. Arrow wins. Oh, goodness. Oh, this is interesting. Speaking of HSC students, speaking of schools, we heard about... Oh, go away. Just let me watch the fucking page. Let me read the article. Oh my god. Fuck off. Stop trying to get around my ad blocker, you cunts. Jesus Christ. Okay, go away then. Fuck off. Continue to cite. Leave me alone. I want to read what this is about. A small Texas school district. Remember the other day we were talking about Greg Abbott in Texas? Governor Greg Abbott who got COVID after... And he seems to be fine because he's had a double shot of the vaccine. But still, he got COVID after... what was it? He was trying to shut down... He tried to ban mask mandates, right? Anyway, a small Texas school district has made facial coverings part of its dress code in a bid to get around Governor Greg Abbott's executive order banning mask mandates. What ad blocker did you send me? The problem is now... It's not ads is the problem at the moment. It's the fact that I am going to news websites... And they've got a pop-up that says, you're using an ad blocker. Please disable your ad blocker. And I'm like, no, I don't want to. So then I'm stuck at an impasse. I either have to disable my ad blocker for their website, which defeats the point, or I don't read the article. Anyway. The board of the Paris Independent School District, which has about 4,000 students, said in a statement Tuesday that the governor's order does not usurp its ability to manage schools. The board believes the dress code can be used to mitigate communicable health issues, and therefore has amended the PISD dress code, the PIST dress code, to protect our students and employees. Bypass paywalls clean. Oh, I'll install that, the district said. The measure, which read for health reasons, masks are required for all employees and students to mitigate flu, cold, pandemic, and other communicable diseases. Will be revisited at every monthly trustee meeting and could be changed later, the Paris News newspaper reported. The vote was 5-1 to alter the dress code in the district, which will welcome back students on Thursday. The CDC and Prevention recommended last month that all students in kindergarten through 12th grade wear masks when they return to classrooms, even those who've already been vaxxed. The vote came the same day that Abbott's office announced that the governor had tested positive for COVID-19. Abbott is fully vaccinated, his office said. The move came from the school district based in the northeast Texas town of Paris. Comes as some districts in the state are attempting to require masks amid a COVID-19 surge, and despite the governor's order. 5-1 stares at the one. I know. There was something else like that recently. I forget what it was, but there was something that, some motion was passed in the House in the United States, or like in Congress or some, I don't know what it was. I cannot remember, but it was one of those things where it's like, this should be a unanimous vote. Everybody should vote yes on this. And there was like 1 or 2 people that voted no. And it was like, hold the fuck up. I cannot remember what it was for the life of me. I cannot for the life of me remember what it was. Something where it's like, if you vote against this, you are a vile person, right? And I cannot think of what it was. If anyone has any clue what I'm thinking of at the moment, hit a gal up. Anyway. It's actually a really clever loophole. It fucking sucks, though. Can understand distrust for the government medicine as an indigenous person. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Forced sterilizations have happened in tons of places and are a horrifying practice. Yeah. Hopefully people will learn the science. Fingers crossed. That's literally anything good if the Republican Party are voting against it. But that's the thing. Even the majority of the Republican Party were like, yes, let's vote yes on this. Except that one person. I can't remember what it was. At any rate, it looks pretty fucking bad. It looks pretty fucking not based. Not at all based. Anyway. Oh, goodness. Vaxzevria. We're just going to stick on the vaccines thing tonight, I think. Unless we have another topic you want to switch to. Are we getting tired of vaccines? Republicans looking into the January 6th insurrections and voted against investigating it. Was that it? That might have been it. You get your second dose on Saturday. Keen. Good shit, good shit. I get my first dose on the 14th of next month. House approved select committee to probe January 6th insurrection. Was it a human trafficking bill? Let's have a look. Was that it? The Senate could not pass an investigation bill, so it was not nearly unanimous. Heard it from the week on Wednesday. Van Baden pointed this out. With what's his name, the creepy dude, Mac Gates. It was meant to get vaccinated a couple of weeks ago, but they took my shot to Sydney, so now I'm getting... Oh, that sucks. It's a pain in the ass. The anti-vax pledges, that shit is so short-sighted. There are ideologues on the right wing who will vote no on anything that would increase spending, yeah. The Murder is Bad Act passed 98 to 2. Like, I still can't get over the Ben Shapiro thing where he's like, they should make crimes illegal. Gee, Ben, what a revelatory take. AstraZeneca COVID vaccine name change to Vaxzevria. That's worse. That's worse. I hate that shit. Fuck off. Why'd you change it? The AstraZeneca vaccine will now be called Vaxzevria after an application to rename it was approved by Australia's medical regulator. The company asked the Therapeutic Goods Administration to approve the rebrand, saying it would bring the vaccine name in line with what the vaccine is called in European countries and Canada. Why does it matter? Just get the vaccine. There were concerns if the name was different in Australia, it could lead to other countries not recognizing the vaccine on vax passports when international travel resumes. In a statement, the TGA said it hoped the change in name would make sure there would be no confusion in the future. This is expected to alleviate confusion and further clarify that the vaccine produced by CSL and Seqirus in Melbourne is the same as that produced internationally, the statement said. The name change will also help facilitate international recognition for Australians who have been vaccinated with the AZ vaccine, which I'm still going to call the AZ vaccine. The new name is the only change to the vaccine, with manufacturing and quality control remaining the same. Vials of the vaccine will still have AZ printed on them for now, but they will be replaced by new labels later this year. In its own statement, AZ said people could expect to see both names for the next little while the changeover took place. Hot take, arrest people for committing illegal acts. They could just sell their houses. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Oh, goodness. It also made clear the vaccine, now Vaxzevria, is a valid vaccination for travel to Europe because it previously received emergency authorization from the WHO. Australia's AstraZeneca's COVID-19 vaccine is the same product wherever it is made, it said. All manufacturing around the world is conducted using the same stringent manufacturing process, and each batch passes over 60 quality tests as part of our global, robust quality assurance process. In Australia, just over 8 million doses of the AZ, now Vaxzevria, have been administered. As of today, more than half of Australians aged over 16 have received at least one dose of COVID vaccine. That's good to hear, at least. Why would they want to change the name? It wouldn't be to distance themselves from the bullshit the PM hung on it. Wait, what? What's that about? Do you have a link? Vaxzevria? That's an odd name. I'd have called it Jazzwazzers. Fuck me dead. Oh, that's Pog. That's based. God, I'm becoming cringe with how often I say Pog and based. Yeah, I'm really pumping you for links. You gotta put the work in, so I don't have to do any pumping. I want to be pumping someone tonight, but it's not gonna happen because we're in lockdown. Anyway. Abigail Horniark is in full swing. You had to go and do stuff, but you heard Shapiro, so you're still here. Oh no. Oh no, Ben Shapiro, what a fucking nightmare. Sorry, I'm doing this. I mean, make of this whatever you want. I hate the way my hair looks, and when I hate the way my hair looks, I wear a hat. So I'm wearing a hat. It kind of works. If this was a black tank like the one I was wearing the other night, I need more of these. These are so good. I love these fucking tank tops. Can I just say that right now? Like, I love the strappy tank tops. They're so fucking adorable. Honestly, I know they're just meant to be like underwear, basically. They're not meant to be like a regular piece of clothing, but I live for this shit. Abigail Horniak, Abigail, call me up. Oh, I'm sorry, are you a feminine woman? What did I say on Twitter? My sexuality is femboys and tomboys. Sarah, there you go. Unironically though, I'd top a femboy. Because some of them look hotter than me. Anyway. Da 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 da. What am I looking at my Twitter notifs for? Next up we'll end up on Sam Cedar's greased up calves on stream at this rate. Wait, what? Oh goodness. Now you've got me thinking, is there something on YouTube that we could look at maybe? We're back at Femboy Hooters. Femboys taking HRT to make them harder to distinguish. I'm friends, sort of, acquaintances with someone who posted a meme recently that was like, I'm a femboy on HRT, and it's got like the Doomer femboy face, and then you scroll down and it's got huge fucking tits. Oh goodness. Goth Hooters, please. I want to shift into something less stressful. We could. Hello, Smudge. I was going to say, what's being recommended on the YouTube that's maybe relevant to everything? I should do an Afghanistan talk. I mean, it's relevant right now. It should be a topic I discuss, but at the same time, maybe I should. Okay, I'm intrigued by this. Another one. There you go. You really like getting flipped off. Is this a bottom thing? Anyway, here's something I'm interested in. What do we think about this one? David Cross breaks down BDSM body language of Steven Crowder. Do we want to watch some Sam Cedar with David Cross? I like David Cross. How many do you have? I don't know. How many do you have? Yeah, I kind of want to, it's very unnecessary. Don't do something if you don't feel like it. I'm kind of intrigued by this. Do we want to watch this? Oh, this was a month ago. Doesn't matter, does it? It's not particularly relevant content, but I am intrigued by it. We want to watch Sam Cedar? Sam Cedar, David Cross? Fuck yes. Pog. Have a look. Stealing content!
As you probably heard, I got into a sort of a debate, if you will,
30
with
minutes,
Steven
you have it.
Crowder. And
I did not hear about that.
oh, all right. Well, I got into
And I'm sorry, who are you referring to?
Steven Crowder. So
I don't know who that is.
you've never heard of Steven Crowder?
I might have heard, and I'm not. Maybe if I see him, assuming it's
All right,
him.
can we put up the tape? Because let's start it. This guy.
This has to be a bit.
I don't know. Okay, kind of looks like a lot of guys, though. I mean, if I dyed my hair and had hair and had earphones and then jacked myself up and had my name in neon behind me, I'd kind of look similar. So.
Right. Okay, fair enough. Well, I would be curious if you could assess.
Oh, I can see it right down there. Ethan Klein debates Steven Crowder featuring Sam Cedar. Oh, yeah. So is this like a rap thing?
Well, no. What happened was Ethan Klein, who has a YouTube show.
I don't know him either.
Okay, he has a YouTube show that many like millions of people watch. Steven Crowder has a YouTube show that millions of Cretans watch, and
fucking savage. Hang on, let me turn this up a little bit.
they were ostensibly going to have a debate, but Ethan doesn't really debate, so he asked me to come in and be his surrogate debater. And if you could watch, because I'm curious of what's going on in Steven Crowder's mind during this.
I have a hunch this guy knows who Crowder and Ethan is. I get the suspicion he at least knows who Crowder is. I feel like David Cross is not the kind of person to be terminally online, so he may not know Ethan Klein. Maybe. But I get the suspicion he's fucking around a little bit with Steven Crowder at the very least. But yeah, like you don't know who the guy on the bottom is. You don't know David Cross? Sure, your mum doesn't know who Crowder is. I mean, I suppose.
When this happens. Now, I should also tell you, I don't know if this makes it. He's wearing a holster. So I don't know if that...
it might inhibit his movement in terms of just, you need to know all the facts, David, before analyzing this, right? His arm movement may be a bit restricted. Yes, I mean, as you can see, he's wearing a holster.
I can see that now. I thought that was part of a baby Bjorn, but I guess not. Okay, it's a holster, and it's a holster for...
Yeah, it's sort of his job.
A gun.
Yeah.
A gun. Okay, and why does he need to be ready to shoot?
Leftists.
In case Sam Cedar comes on the screen, maybe just to make sure the computer servers go dead. Yeah, which he probably should have done.
He actually explains in this video why he is wearing a holster.
So this isn't common for him. He doesn't always wear. He's not.
No, he does.
He does.
Yeah.
Is he pro right to carry, one of those guys?
Yes, he is. He will say later in the video that he is trying to normalize wearing a holster. And
normalize wearing a holster. Oh my God.
And I think from your laughter, it probably is not quite normal yet. So.
No, I mean, I live in New York, so we're not afraid of imaginary, like when he's a white guy. So who's he afraid he's going to have to defend himself with, especially in his studio, which I assume he has some control over.
Yeah. The weird part is he's surrounded by producers who are not wearing holsters.
Producers who are more like cackling sycophants that hide behind the camera that they occasionally cut to when Steven Crowder makes an entirely opposite of comedy remark, and they're all sitting there going, God, like he's just like the opposite of funny. I don't know how you accomplish it. It's got to be a certain type of skill. They're called groupies. There's been some speculation that Crowder is deeply repressing his sexuality.
Which is
maybe they're all trained in like Krav Maga or something like that.
His staff,
possibly. Here is all right. So if we could play the video and you can maybe all you gotta do is,
yes, I'm sorry. So and tell you, okay.
Yeah, and tell us what you think he's thinking at any given time, and you can just say pause or whatever. However, I'm not sure how you would go about this, but you're the expert. So
yeah, I'll say pause and
okay.
Oh, geez. A lot of people watch him. You know him. Some of you like him. Some of you don't. Same can be said for me. Ethan Klein from...
What's that?
That's what you hired us most for. With the amount of cross-dressing it's true. I did hire you just to laugh at my shitty jokes. Excuse me. With the amount of cross-dressing gags Crowder does, I know, right? It certainly reads like he's a big old egg in a lot of ways. Probably pretend he's funny when the guy making the jokes has a gun. True. Sarah, there you go.
So you can see his left hand is out. I'm assuming he's right hand dominant.
You have two family members who've used a gun. Brother-in-law got into a fight with a guy who went into his truck, grabbed his gun, and shot him with it. Guns sure protect us. I know. It reminds me of that case that happened recently where there was a good guy with a gun at a shooting. The shooter had, I think, shot and killed one person. And then the good guy with the gun came out and shot the shooter, and the shooter was dead. Then a cop showed up and shot the good guy with the gun, who saved everyone. You can't make this shit up. Hola, Clara. How you doing? Nice hat. Thank you kindly.
And he's tapped. You can see he's tapping into his hand. I don't know. I can't see myself.
I get the reasons. I understand some of the reasons behind civilians needing guns, but like just generally speaking, I don't think if you're sitting in a studio, if you're walking down the street, if you're going to the shopping center, if you're going to school, anything, if you're going to university, going to your job, you don't need a firearm. Just like generally speaking, people shouldn't have that easy access to firearms all of the time. I can understand having a gun to keep in your home in case of a home invasion, maybe. I can understand having a gun if you're going somewhere particularly dangerous. I don't know what that would mean. But, and I mean, this is the problem. This is the issue with the gun thing in America, is that because guns are such a prevalent thing, everyone feels they need to have a gun just in case somebody decides to shoot at them. You know, that's the major issue there. You know, a lot of people get a gun for the purposes of self-defense because everybody else has already got a gun for the purposes of self-defense. You see the problem? Anyway, very predictable. I think it was Vorsh talking about this happening, about how this was going to happen for ages. That's why you need to know when to put a gun on the ground. Yeah, it's almost like a country awash with guns and political donations seems very unfucking safe or something. Father-in-law shot someone in self-defense, legit. Went for a shoulder hit an artery, and they died. Fight started because he brought out a gun. If you lived, yeah, I mean, I'm the same, Mia. If I lived in the US, I'd probably own one, honestly, because I'm just kind of terrified of. I would be terrified of living in that country without one, based on the fact that there are so many people over there that have them. You know, it would be fucking scary.
Screen. I'm assuming you're. So he's doing this.
Some of.
Okay, which is that's somebody who's clearly into both sides of S&M or BDSM, and that's what he's doing there. That's a self-soothing thing.
Yeah, the holster makes more sense now, right? That could be incorporated.
In America, there's more guns than people. Yeah, there's no way they can be made illegal. It's logistically impossible. It'd be way harder than what happened in the 90s with the Port Arthur massacre. There's a gun in your house, you live like 10 minutes from the closest town, and cops don't come out here unless they're called. It takes a while to get here. That's being said. I've literally never felt the need to have it anywhere other than your home. Well, that's good.
I think that's probably... I don't think anybody goes that far into their sadomasochism or would be that open with it, but that's just a subtle... into both submission and domination.
It's like a thumb sucking, but for somebody who's soothed by being on both ends of an S&M situation.
Yeah, or a thumb sucking butt. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
In the time.
You're very welcome, and I just want to say, I know you called me. You said that I would be
the other guy, I'm assuming.
Yep, that's Ethan. Yep.
Which is fine. And I think you're right, because I don't think I'm a very good debater. I think you know that.
So Ethan is distracting.
I didn't want to make it
go back. Stephen was doing something.
Oh, okay.
Well, that man's definitely chewing on something. Could be it. Now let's go back. What's happening? He's fiddling. He's coming up from fiddling with something. This guy. Wait. Or maybe not. Maybe
he's eating a pistachio, I think, or something. I think that's the thing that I.
Oh, he had his hand. Okay, looks like he was pushing an imaginary button. It was like an imaginary panic button, and a lot of people will do that, not being aware of it. But they're pushing. They want to get out of a situation. They want a trap door to open up.
Anyway, this is why you give Howard credit for his gun buyback amnesty. He might have fucked the country economically, but at least we don't have 10 billion guns like America. Yeah, instead of save button. Literally can't own one as you live in provide a caretaker. It's against the law for me, so it's not great when it's not even possible for some of us to defend ourselves equally. Yeah, that's kind of fucked, isn't it? So having a gun increases your chances of being home invaded because guns have a lot of value on the black market. TVs, etc., are a lot of trouble on selling or carrying. Guns are some of the best size to value products. That's interesting. Lived in a town of about 35 minutes from... You lived in a small town about 35 minutes from the nearest place.
I see you.
Oh my goodness, Ultra is professional. How's it going?
Welcome, friends.
Bringing your friends over while we're reacting to David Cross, reacting to Steven Crowder, technically speaking. Hello, Raiders. What were you saying a minute ago? From the nearest place, had no weapon and never felt you needed it. But that was a town of about 800. I want to say 1800. I just put a 1 in there for no good reason. Hello. How'd your stream go? Here's some colorful lights. Hello, Story Girl. I am having a lovely stream. How was your stream? I saw you were live before. What were you getting up to? Welcome in. How was the stream tonight, Ultras? What were you getting up to? Tell us all about it. We're just doing a bit of a late night react to this thing of like David Cross on Majority Report with Sam Cedar and Emma Vigland, where they're reacting to Steven Crowder and criticizing Steven Crowder's weird fetishistic holster thing, what he wears apparently. Low intensity city skylines in case you have a head cold. Oh no. Difficult stream. Did you mess with a Final Fantasy randomizer? That sounds pretty neat. I feel like one of these days I need to do a Dark Souls randomizer run. What are you doing, Smudge? What are you doing? He's rubbing up against that mirror. Now he's just sort of in the way. I can't see what I'm doing. Thank you. There were lots of lovely people. That's always good. That's always good. Area you live in is like 500,000 at the moment, and it's expected to grow to 1 million. You just happen to have always lived in a rural area that is yet to develop. Also get like 20 million annual tourists and have super high crime rates. Well, that's kind of terrifying. Hello? No bite. No bite. No bite. Pat. No. He want bite. I don't want bite. I want Pat. No. You're going to be on my desk and you're going to attack me. I want Pat. Pat. No. Not bite. Pat. Hello, Queer Chaos. What's going on? High five. It's not a high five. That's a bite. That's kind of a high five, but you're still swiping at me with your claws. You got to get to bed. Have a great time. Hate watching Crowder. Yeah, that's basically what we're doing. Have a good one, Ultras. Thank you so kindly for the raid. We'll get back to this.
All right, keep going.
Too easy for you.
Oh, okay.
So I've prepared.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So
Dan,
what we were going to talk about is the initial quote that happened. I think he's looking off there. The initial quote that kind of was turned into a little bit of a meme, which wasn't intentional.
Okay,
and,
he's just being standard conversational, slightly dismissive, nothing exciting or interesting. Really,
what about these breaths he's taking? Because, I think when he sees that,
we're watching. This is like after the ambush happened. Like the events we're watching now, them reacting to it, and they've brought David Cross, the comedian, on to just like react to the whole situation and give his thoughts on Steven Crowder, and it's called David Cross Breaks Down BDSM Body Language of Steven Crowder. So
that Ethan is looking off to the side. He thinks something's coming, and he can't seem to get through an entire sentence without taking a big, deep breath, like he's trying to...
I don't see that. I do see preparation. I do see stealing oneself.
Yeah, this is the ambush.
But that could be for anything, really.
What do you see with his hands, though? He's clutching them quite tightly.
So David Cross is a comedian. I think he was on the... What was he on? He's been on a number of different shows over the years and movies. Can someone think of something... Like, what's his most notable work? I don't know what his most notable work is.
Again, that's part of stealing yourself, preparing yourself.
He's a political satirist, but he's appeared in a number of popular media over the years. Arrested Development, I think so, yeah.
But I don't see... It doesn't really seem necessarily too tight. Again, he's doing this, fiddling. That's just self-soothing. That's that's just making himself comfortable in this situation. But he does, I don't know what the trapezoids, which he's clearly worked on quite a bit.
Are you kidding me? You're kidding me. Hang on a minute. Allow me to break out my body shaming for a minute. I just went to type Google. Just went to type body shaming. Does this man even work traps? I don't think he even works traps. I mean, how am I looking? I can give you a flex. Hang on. Hang on. I typed Google into Google. No, I went to type something else into Google. Here are the traps of a trap. So we're clear. I don't know. His look pretty flat. They don't look very impressive. Also, I just twinged that. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh. Oh my god. Okay. Oh. All right, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, fuck. Anyway, I've got a muscle tear. Anyway, it's stinging. There's a proper flex for you, but you know, this is your traps. This part here. There you go, Reaper. Oh my goodness. I can just leave this here like this because this is kind of a vibe on its own, you know. It's kind of like, I like it. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, I was looking it up and was like, this is like maybe the best photo I can find. Why is he shirtless in this one? And then like, this is a favorite of mine. Look at this idiot. Right? Remember when he was making fun of Elliot Page saying, "Oh, it looks healthy"? And then there's that photo. And like, Crowder's been in and out of hospital for a while now. Anyway, moving on.
Those are getting raised a little bit. So he's even though he's leaning in, he's still upright. And that's telling me he's preparing almost, this is called the mother bear syndrome. All right, keep going.
Sound.
And I disagree with that. I think people should think about it. I believe, and we talked about this through Playful Living in an aggregation.
Because they trap kisses. I mean, the right person's kisses, maybe. Anyway, yeah, I've pulled a tricep muscle. I don't know which one. Not pulled. I've torn a tricep muscle. A pull feels a lot different. This is like a stinging, and I've just got to wait for it to heal. Basically, it's not severe. I can still use my arm. It's just, yeah, it twinges, and it's like it's basically like I've got my needle, like I've had my shot. Is how it feels, but like down around here, you know, just above the elbow kind of area. And yeah, I just got to wait for it to heal up, which sucks, you know.
This
of medical authorities
and he's looking straight on. This is good. There's nothing wrong or odd about this at all, Sam. So I'm not sure.
Hey, Drago.
I mean, again, the holster is
to make it
and you're never really going to completely satisfy an explanation for why you're wearing a holster in your clubhouse or whatever it looks like, man cave type thing.
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense. It's purely symbolic, but go ahead.
Formed and rational decision. So where do you think that I'm wrong on that?
Stephen, do you know that the Spartans are like
well, now he's
nervous, man love with children?
Oh, geez. Okay, so this is what's going to happen.
I forgot that Ethan said that. Hey, no. Oh, fuck. The symptom of being a bottom, the pain in the arm. It is not. It is not.
What did I tell you? He was going to do anything he could to avoid. Oh, there he is. Oh no, Sam Cedar! What a fucking nightmare! Okay. I had no idea this was going to happen.
Okay, stop for a second. By his body language, I can see that this is.
I am not a bottom. I have serious top energy. I am warning you right now. Listen, I am the very the very model. That's the wording I'm looking for. Of a top, okay, like you see this strappy tank top that I got. Yeah. Power bottom. I have top energy and it's in my top. Yeah, see, this is a top's top. I'm a dom, okay. Said every bottom at some point. Shut up. Need more leather. I do actually. Well, faux leather. I don't want to get real leather anyway.
A nightmare for him. Almost one would say, would you
prove it? I can't prove that I'm a dom on Twitch.
Use expletives. Say, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but I'd say for him, it's if this is okay, a fucking nightmare. And that speaks to latent homosexual ideation. But this is. But he seems to me, the body language is saying, this guy is saying, this is a nightmare situation. Okay, go ahead.
I mean,
what a fucking nightmare.
I don't want to, I have to say also, his body language may be saying that, but he's also literally saying it.
I'm not listening. I'm looking at body language. I'm sorry. If you want that kind of thing, that's that's like twice as much money, Sam. For if you want me to break down body language.
Oh fuck! Someone who knows what they're talking about. Thirsty chat. Can we get some thirst in chat?
Body language. The body language.
Can we get some "I'm fucking thirsty for Abby" in chat?
It's more interesting because we can hear the language part is actually just sort of like.
All right. Well, then it's a freebie. I'll throw that in for free. Okay.
Oh, there he is. Oh no, Sam Cedar! What a fucking nightmare!
Slams on the table. That's very petulant. That's what we call baby want to go poopy. That's when the baby when it go like that. And he's listening to his body. You can see the sphincter tight.
You can all be thirsty for Abby. I mean, I can hydrate, but I think it's all you folks that need to hydrate. Also, can I be thirsty for myself for a second? Holy shit, my tits look amazing right now. What the fuck? Anyway, moving on. I didn't say anything.
There's fear. There's panic. And you can see this. He's putting on a brave face. He's definitely putting on a brave face.
It's quite funny how Crowder is going bald and he's doing the same front of his hair fluffing that Sargon of Akkad and the quartering do. Really, like, more dudes, if you... Like, Crowder could afford to get hair plugs. So could those... Well, I mean, maybe not. I don't know about the quartering or Sargon, but... If you start losing your hair, men, honestly, it's a better look to just shave your head bald than to go balding. Don't go balding, dudes.
All right.
Bottom and BJ shaming is sexist and homophobic. I'm not shaming. I'm just not a bottom. I top bottoms. Thank you for the head pats, by the way. I'm a top. I'm the one with the hand around your throat. Okay? With my fingers digging into your lower back. And you're just like... Anyway, moving on.
Going?
I had no idea this was going to happen. I thought Ethan was a stand-up guy. This is where we are. Yeah, I told Dave. Remember I told you? I said this is. I guarantee you he's going to do anything.
All right, now there's
Island of hair in a lagoon of the rest of the hair. Oh fuck. TOS. Abby, I'm Tapu.
Looks like there's a little person in the room. I don't know who that is, but there's somebody who works with them, producer, somebody in that kind of capacity, who takes a seat in what looks like it's maybe some supposed to be like an underground cafe night bar type thing in a student film. I'm not sure what's going on there, but he's sitting down.
I'm pretty sure the producer is Crowder's dad. Yeah.
Down. Let's take a look.
What do you think he can to avoid the debate?
Oh, I just think he believes that he should debate you.
No, he doesn't. He just takes advantage of women with mental health issues. Ethan Klein doesn't stand up.
Okay, now we're not seeing the other gentleman. I assume that's intentional, so I can't really read his body language. You can hear that he's fearful. There's again panic, scrambling. He's getting a little bit of cotton mouth or dry mouth, as we would say, and he's kind of filling in a lot of space because he doesn't know what to do. Keep going.
It's just hilarious. Let's bring on FM.
You would do anything to avoid talking to me. I think the point that you make is
finally we can see them at the top. Jesus.
Joe Rogan.
Yeah, Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro and Dave Rubin and
Jordan Peterson and Noam Chomsky. He's not on screen, so I can't really...
Oh, yeah. All right. I'm sorry. It was weird that he was hiding from the screen. And I think at one point Ethan says, okay, there he is.
Not the frenemy throwback. Oh, yeah. I don't know what the fuck's going on with Ethan and that girl. I forget what her name is. I don't really care. There seems to be some drama. I mean, YouTubers and drama is like, it's like conservatives and racism,
We're back to...
But Ethan, look, I don't. Hold on a second, Ethan. This is because initially I came on here to talk with Ethan.
Okay, he's casting a spell. Look. You can see he's casting a spell. When he does that, that's called the Odin. And he's trying to cast a spell. And he's trying to make everything go away. And it's but he's not a dumb man. He knows that that's not going to work. And spells don't.
We assign taking as a negative or weakness. Wait, what do you mean? I'm confused. I've lost track of the conversation at this point. You can only be dommed by over 6'3" people as you did date a 6'4" Sudanese dominatrix for about 14 months. There you go. The show broke up like a month or two ago. I do remember seeing the photo of her with like Keemstar and FaZe Banks or whatever it is.
Really exists. So it's more of a projection of wishful thinking. Go away, change into a bird and fly away. Okay, go ahead.
The same reason that I haven't ever had a conversation with Sam Cedars, the same reason that Joe Rogan, Sam Harris, Brett Weinstein, Dave Rubin, Ben Shapiro don't own anything. It's based on a lie, Ethan. Just
What's
like you
lie?
claiming my Ethan.
What's the lie?
You claiming my
What's the
booker
lie,
reached
Steven?
out to you, Ethan, when you know that's
Okay,
not
so
true.
stop for a second. So he keeps referring to Ethan, who's the original person he was supposed to debate, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So he keeps. So he's clearly, again, this is all part of the Odin complex, casting a spell, making it go away. He's not acknowledging purposefully. And I'm so sorry. What's the other guy's name?
Me?
Ethan.
Sam.
Sam. Oh.
Sam. So he's clearly trying to make him go away, the presence go away, and it's also what we call the guy who's buying a cuckoo clock. He's buying time. It's a dumb way to refer to that because it's actually longer and it's.
Trisha paid us for like the extra 5% that Ethan took for the production team or something. I think Trisha uses they, them, or she, they. Oh, okay.
More confusing, but that's called the guy who's buying a cuckoo clock, meaning the guy who's buying time. It should just be buying time. But go ahead.
Technical term, yeah.
I mean, we've known each other for.
There's no one
the
ducking
lie?
you,
Why
Sam.
Are you
I've
so
never
afraid.
Sam,
Listen, I think you're a smart guy.
I can call out Mike
I don't
Tyson.
understand why
it doesn't mean that I'm ducking
you are so
him.
worried about this.
Why do you feel that? Why do you feel that anyone, Sam? Why do you feel that anyone owes you airtime when you have the 40th of the audience?
Yeah, and wishing he was older. This is a thing people do when they wish they were a little older, and sometimes you wish you were older because it would give you experience and the faculties to deal with the situation. So you'll see kids doing this a lot. You'll see like 6, 7, 8-year-olds doing this a lot, on the playground, and it makes them because they're trying to feel older, and he's just trying to be.
That's
like
also, I have to admit that, like, I remember when I was like 18 or 19 and I'm trying to get into a bar, I would go up to the bouncer and just be like, "Oh, could I come in here?"
Yeah. Whether you have a beard or not, or just
is there a chance I could come in here?
And it works. It works.
A lot of times it would work.
Yeah,
a lot of times it would work.
I'd say almost 100% of the time. Somewhere between 20 and 100% of the time, it would work. And they go, you'd say, I'm here to see the dead Kennedys, and they'd be like, do you have ID? And then you'd be doing this. And they go, do you have ID?
You're left good. I probably said like, I must have left it in my study at home with my...
in your laboratory.
My laboratory. I'm a doctor, I would say, or something like that. In fact, that's also when you go for kids, you mentioned 6 and 7-year-olds, when I was too short to go on the bumper cars. That was also another technique. You'd go up and like, here's my ticket. And they would go, you seem to be a couple inches short of the line, but you carry yourself well, and I will get in. That was one of the techniques. So.
Oh, interestingly enough, that's how Too Short used to get into everything that he needed to get into.
The thought of Sam Cedar being a drunk teen trying to sneak into a bus makes me smile. It's kind of cute. If I scream loud enough, maybe people will know I'm right. Because you're a versatile switch who has presented to both man and woman, you see a lot of misogynistic, negative stuff about subbing, bottoming, receiving, etc. Well, yeah. Main problem with all this is you like Sam Cedar, but you hate Ethan Klein as he's so dumb and unfunny. You don't understand H3H3 is so popular. Is the best reason why it's so bad. Look up the interview Ethan did with Bill Burr. It's the most. I've heard the Bill Burr interview is weird. Yeah. I haven't watched it, but I've heard particularly, like, when that one happened, everyone was like, Ethan's way out of his element having Bill Burr on, and I've seen, like, maybe a couple of clips from it, and I was just like, I'm pretty sure I recall cringing, but, yeah, I don't know. I never watched the whole thing, but I do recall seeing the comments about it when it did happen. Because, yeah, like, I mean, it's kind of ironic. I don't like Ethan. I've stopped watching H3 a while back. Because the reason H3 got popular, was because of a meme and decided that Manny was culturally relevant to everything all the time. And one of the big things that made him take off, which is what got me into him in the first place, was the lawsuit from that bloke who was doing the really cringy kind of rapey comedy. And Ethan reacted to him, and the guy pursued a lawsuit, and then the lawsuit sort of gave H3 a lot of notoriety. They took off all over the place, and then the content, of course, radically shifted over time, and since then, like, they mainly they shifted focus to the podcast, and I just eventually got bored of the changing content, and I was interested in no longer interested in watching it. And it's kind of interesting that I gotta stop saying interesting, that Ethan himself, in a lot of ways, if you watch the podcast, if you watch any of his clips or anything like that, he's kind of gone from the guy laughing at cringe to the guy who is cringe in a lot of ways. I don't know. That's just my perspective. Blah blah blah. Perspective on it. I think nobody here is calling Abby a bottom to mean it's a bad thing or an insult. Yeah, like, I mean, the way I see it is we're not really mocking bottoms or anything like that. And I'm not, like, if we're being completely serious, that we don't need to go into my private sexual details. I mainly just meme about it. You know, we don't need to go into my actual sex life. I'm mostly being jokingly flirtatious. And I don't mean anyone any ill will if they are a bottom or a top or anything like that. It's all, you know, and I mean, near as I can tell, a part of the sexual power dynamic between tops and bottoms is, of course, one person being the top has the domineering role and the other has the submissive role, and that tends to lead to varying degrees of communication in the bedroom. Top derogatory. You know, I mean, I can totally picture, you know, some... I mean, I'm sure you've all heard about some of the things that certain people who are a bit more into the BDSM thing get up to with regards to how they play out their kink. I'm just gonna say it outright, like race play. There is a thing there where certain yeah, that's a good way to put it, Genesis. It's like the top has power, the bottom sets limits. That's a good way to put it. And what I was gonna say with the race play thing is, like, I'm sure you've heard of people who are in, like, that sort of dom sub relationship where the dom is using racial slurs as a method of, I don't know, like, that's a thing. That is a thing. It's not everyone's experience, but that's just the first thing that comes to mind. I'm not really deep in the S&M thing. There's also CNC, which can go badly very easily. But yeah, like was mentioned, the bottom sets limits. I mean, really, communication is crucial when it comes to these kind of things. I've only dipped my toes in very lightly into S&M. So, you know, very, very lightly, like a little bit of choking, a little bit of knife play, fire, you know, really entry-level stuff. That whip thing with the spikes on it. Am I being too much? I'm going to do a laugh track. No, I haven't done knife play. I'm not going to get into what I have done, but I haven't done knife play. Consensual non-consent, yeah. So effectively, our fantasy. Pretending there isn't consent to add a thrill, yeah, which is a thing. No sword, it's there. The sword's there. Did that so deadpan. Yes, that's Ciri's sword from The Witcher. It is. I can do this, and then you can see it better. It is, yeah. Dated a bank manager who got turned on by being called that word and really couldn't say it even behind closed doors, so instead I weaned him onto laughter edging. Oh, okay. I want to get more swords. Do we want to keep going with this, or are we kind of done with the gimmick?
The Rogue Room appreciates your recommendation.
Knife play is entry level? Depends who you're with. I mean, I've discussed blood play with people before. Hasn't gone anywhere, but I've discussed it with people before. You know. Any sword questions by me? Historical fencer. Oh, that's cool. I want to get a Zweihander, honestly. Mostly because base cannon, but, you know. I think it'd be cool to own a Zweihander. That could replace the Ciri sword, honestly. And I realize you don't swing a Zweihander around like you do in Dark Souls. You use that second grip on the blade and it's more like you twirl it around. Actual great swords IRL were not just like big swings, swang, clang. It's not that. To be clear, entry-level knife play does not involve putting knives inside people. No. It's actually, I've heard it's hard to find good sources on how people use those, but like what sources there are, they do suggest it was a weapon that uses the weight, as far as I recall at least. Not uses the weight, but uses more momentum to swing it around, and it's more like, swinging in a pattern rather than just a standard slash or jab or anything like that. While we're on kinky stuff, what y'all think about monster people? Werewolves, llamies, plant people? I don't know. I'd probably do some devil play. Get some horns. More advanced techniques perhaps use good judgment and be careful. Yeah, exactly. Don't go stabbing people for your sexual kinks. Is dagger more like a sword or knife? Which side does it lean more? Knife. Yeah, it's a knife. It's it's a killing knife. I do want to get a dagger. I think having a dagger would be cool. Devil girls and slime girls. Your timing was off. Well, it's not entirely off. Dagger is knife for dagging. There are some treatises that outline some slashing moves making use of momentum, yeah. Oh, he's resting. Thoughts on cosplay kink? Do what you want. Dark lesbians. I am a sword lesbian. I'm close. Anyway, the one you really enjoyed is supervillain kink, especially with claw gloves on. That's kind of neat. Let's turn the music on because, we're kind of done with the David Cross thing. It goes for another 17 minutes. I don't think I want to watch that whole thing. Weird thing about those huge swords is they're actually from later in history, the 1600s, etc. There you go. I didn't know that. I'm honestly reminded of the fact that for historical accuracy, they removed the crossbow from Assassin's Creed, the very first one, because it appeared in the trailer for the first game, and then they removed the crossbow for historical accuracy, and then Assassin's Creed Valhalla, the most recent game, has the ability for our Viking hero to ride a giant wolf. Okay, alright, whatever, who cares? Historical accuracy can go fuck itself. Who gives a shit? We'll just do whatever we fucking want. They used it in the opening cutscenes, then removed it, yeah. Which really pisses me off, because I feel like that would have been a fun mechanic. But then they effectively carried it over to Assassin's Creed 2 with a little pistol that's hidden in the thing. Speaking of, honestly, I know this is not particularly related, we really need a solid Berserk game. We really need a solid Berserk game. Also, I feel like I should play more Hades on stream soon. I haven't played much of it. But the problem is, I suck at the first boss. I'm really fucking bad at it. So anyway. Yeah, the Band of the Horde game. I looked at it and it was like it's a Musu or however you pronounce it. I'm just like, oh, fuck off. I hate those games, honestly. I really unironically hate those games. They look like shit. Oh, sorry, Smudge. I just elbowed him in the head. You love my hat, thank you. Well, yeah, you said love. Gantz game? What's Gantz? I haven't heard of Gantz before. Or anime, yeah, a lot of people have said they want an anime that continues the saga through to the modern day. So you didn't play that Berserk game that was like the Yakuza games? No, I didn't. It's definitely a Tecmo Koei Dynasty Warriors kind of brainless game, yeah. I've seen people play those and I'm just like, how do you enjoy this? It looks so mindless. Also, I'm looking at the trailer for Skyward Sword right now as we're going to set up for a raid in just a second. And I would really love to get it because, oh, okay, that's not right. Skyward Sword just looks really cool, like the remaster of it for Switch. We're going to raid Girl of Tomorrow, who is playing the Forgotten City, which is well, are they there? I don't think they're there. Shit. Okay, maybe not. Hang on, stop for a second. I don't think they're actually... Oh, hang on, they might be there now. Alright, they're back. Okay, sorry. Well, I just like it's just gameplay at the moment. But if I'm not mistaken, Forgotten City, if this is the one I'm thinking of, is the same as the mod that I played on Skyrim, which was an award-winning mod. Like, it literally won awards for its writing, right? And now it's been remade into its own game. which if it's out, if Girl of Tomorrow is playing it, you can expect me to be hitting that shit up as soon as I possibly can, because I really fucking loved the mod. It was fucking awesome. Unironically, the best Skyrim content you could find. Now it's its own game. Hell yes. Alright, so we're going to go say hi to Girl tomorrow. I'll be live tomorrow with Ranting Trans playing Minecraft, vibing out, and I'm going to be playing the role of tutor because she hasn't played it. So I'm going to have to instruct her in how to do the video game. The game is The Forgotten City. There is a mod in Skyrim that's got the same name. So if you've got Skyrim, download the mod, try that out to get a vibe for what this is supposed to be like. At any rate, I'm keen. I'm fucking keen. Anyway, if you folks have not already followed me on all the socials, I am trying to upload more on TikTok lately. But of course, there's the Twitter, the Discord, the YouTube, the Instagram, Facebook. I might play Doom Eternal soon on stream or something. I love your faces. Be kind to yourselves and each other. And I'll see ya when I'm looking at ya.
There we go. We're in the